Ads inbound boss.
There we go, the old ads inbound. Anyway, we don't need restream open anymore. Duplicate stream key.
Restream bot YouTube. Bot Rix has
How
correctly
annoying.
joined the channel.
How annoying does it have to be? And the answer is, yeah, very annoying. But it is live, so let's just confirm it is actually casting before I even bother to get started. Yeah, okay, good. We are good. Quick travels. I'm going to go from the Netherlands to Switzerland. I want to go to the no. What about Bern? No. What about Ben? No. Quick travel. To Amsterdam. $100. And I want a job taking me to Switzerland. Swansea. It'll do. Oh, load up Joy to Key. Forgot all about Joy to Key. It should be. It isn't though. I need to have joy in my life. On Classic Shell. Have that near. So, it's great. Hello. God blessed.
Let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Lights, camera, and action.
Drive safe.
Need some torch. I need to give it petimeter a little squirt. It is not happy. Cheers. Magnetic juice. Just opening up my shifter. Dust protective casing. Magic stuff that I'm running low on. This is streamer juice. I need a sponsor for this stuff. Might as well get the rear part, a little squirt as well. Whatever it is, it's gonna have to do. It's gonna have to be enough. Stuff smells so good. If it wasn't so expensive, I would use it as perfume. Ah, lovely. No glitchy gears. It's nice. It's going to be changing gears a lot.
Turn right.
It's my range. Easy. I've got easy enough fuel. Why, hello there. Happy trucking. And God bless.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Lights,
Keep left.
camera,
Turn left.
and action.
Turn left.
we're gonna have to stop for a moment, put the hazard lights on and the handbrake on, only because and brake off. Let's go, fun. Happy trucking, my good man. God bless. How's that, bro? He's in a hurry. He is flooring it. Oh, glitchy brakes. It's not going to give glitchy clutch pedal. Clutch needs spraying. Five is reasonable. What's my switch looking like? Am I too bright? Yeah, I am way bright. I don't even need the light anymore. We look lovely. We look fine. You're looking good. "13 hours and 55 minutes. At this rate, we will make it on schedule. At this pace. The range is what, 1900 clicks. Hello there, happy trucking, my good man. God bless.
Restream bot YouTube. Smile Leo. Watching you with my
Yeah,
buddy whilst
smiling.
playing Baldur's Gate 3.
Ooh,
Told
Baldur's
him you
Gate
play
3.
these a lot. Really fun, relaxing. He's impressed with your wheel setup, etc. Party popper flex
Yeah.
biceps.
This is budget simming, Logitech geared wheels. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. Probably can't run that. Well, like the city benchmark test zone. My buddy got that. I would never have time to play something like Baldur's Gate 3 anymore. I'd never say never, but like I wouldn't want to sort of like be missing church, Bible studies and stuff. That's definite no. Right. Speaking of which, the music is a little bit loud, isn't it? I have to open up media player. do is in this bend, as I straighten out this bend, I will tab out to media player because we've got that 10%, and we'll find the volume. Stick it at 50% without crashing because I'm pro. And now we will go back to my browser. And we will straighten her out. In my browser, bookmarks. While I'm driving along now, the question is, what book? What book in this bend is dodgy, but thinking not Ruth. I'm thinking I should really park over to do this, but I could. Oh, someone's had an accident. God bless, mate. Happy repairing the trucking part. Right, there we go. We got straight here, and I'm thinking the book.
Restream bot YouTube.
Of
Smile Lee, we're on Xbox Series X.
Nice.
I get that about time, but you could play games like BG3 in fragments over months. Always love God Christ first though. I started the Golden Sun games last night.
Let's put the hazard lights on. I'm trying to think, right? We're going to go for Mr. Hayes because we like Mr. Hayes, right? But the book of, I was going to say Nehemiah.
WiseBot1 viewers, +1.
These are the words
20
of
minutes and
Nehemiah,
35
son
seconds.
of Hakaliah. In the month of Kislev, in the
Now we're
20th
good to
year,
go.
while I was in the citadel of Susa, Hanani, one of my brothers, arrived with men from Judah. So I questioned them about the remnant of the Jews who had survived the exile, and also about Jerusalem. And they told me, the remnant who survived the exile are there in the province, in great trouble and disgrace. The wall of Jerusalem is broken down, and its gates are burned with fire. When I heard these words, I sat down and wept. I mourned for days, fasting and praying before the God of heaven. Then I said, O Lord, God of heaven, the great and awesome God who keeps his covenant of loving devotion with those who love him and keep his commandments. Let your eyes be open and your
Happy
ears
trucking,
attentive
peoples.
to hear the prayer
Happy trucking
that
indeed,
I, your
and
servant,
God bless.
now pray before you day and night for your servants, the Israelites.
Got a response?
I confess the
Somebody
sins that
said
we
Hattie.
Israelites have committed against you. Both I and my father's house have sinned. We have behaved corruptly against you, and have not kept the commandments, statutes, and ordinances that you gave your servant Moses.
I'm assuming
Remember,
that's
I pray,
Amen
the word that
in
you commanded your servant Moses,
Russian.
when you said, if you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the
Potentially.
nations. But if you return to me and keep and practice my commandments, then even if your exiles have been banished to the farthest horizon,
Cruise control.
I will gather them from there and bring them to the place I have chosen as a dwelling for my name.
Restream bot YouTube.
They are your servants
Smile Lee,
and
Jehovah's
your
Witnesses
people.
believe
You
Archangel Michael
redeemed
is
them by
Jesus.
your great power
Only
and
just
mighty
found
hand.
that out. Never
O
heard
Lord,
that theory till
may your
recently.
Wow,
ear be
that is
attentive to my
insanity
prayer and to the
in
prayers
my
of your servants who
personal
delight
opinion.
to revere your name. Give your servant success.
That
this
is
day,
blasphemy.
I pray, and grant him mercy in the sight of this man.
Like,
At that
wow,
time, I
yes,
was the
I am
cupbearer to the
opinionated,
king.
right? Hello there.
Now,
Happy
in the
tracking,
month of
and God
Nisan,
bless.
in the
Restream bot
20th year
YouTube.
of King
Smiley
Artaxerxes,
crazy.
That is
when
just
wine
off
was
this
set
planet,
before
mate.
him,
Like,
I
and
took the wine
I'm
and
on
gave
I'm
it
on
to the
lithium.
king.
I'm
I had
now.
never been
I'm
sad
on
in
like
his presence.
pills.
So the king said to
I'm
me,
not drinking.
"Why is
I'm
your
not doing any
face sad,
cocaine.
though
I'm not
you are
smoking
not
any
ill?
weed. I'm not
This
smoking
could only be
cigarettes.
sadness of the
Right.
heart."
But
I
I'm
was
on pills
overwhelmed
now.
with fear,
For like
and
depression,
replied to the king, "May the
anxiety,
king live forever.
and
Why should I
schizophrenia.
not be sad when the city where my fathers are buried lies in ruins, and its gates have been destroyed by fire?" "What is your request?"
I'm on lithium.
replied the king. So
Like
I
when the
prayed
doctor
to the
said
God
that,
of
the first thing I
heaven
thought was
and
Kurt
answered the
Cobain,
king,
1994.
"If it pleases the king,
Hello there,
and if
happy
your
tracking,
servant has
God
found
bless my
favor
good
in
man.
your sight, I ask that you send me to Judah, to the city where my fathers are buried, so that I may rebuild it." Then the king, with the queen seated beside him, asked me, "How long will your journey take?
Restream bot
And
YouTube.
when will you return?"
Smiley, I'm really sorry
so
to
it
hear
pleased
that.
the king to send
God
me,
bless you.
and I set a time.
Yeah, it's
I also
crazy,
said to
but
him,
I mean,
"If
it is what
pleases
it
the
is.
king, may letters be
You know?
given to me for the governors
I mean,
west of the Euphrates, so
It's
that they will grant me safe
helping
passage
me now,
until I reach
you know?
Judah."
But
And
I'm
I have a
confident
letter to
the
Asaph,
Lord will
keeper
heal
of the
me.
king's
That
forest,
I will get
so that he will give
good,
me timber to
you know?
make beams for
I
the
will
gates
get
of the
better.
citadel to the temple, for the city wall, and for the
Dean
house I
miracles,
will occupy.
you know.
And because the gracious hand of
I
my
owe
God was
a lot
upon me,
to
the
the
king
Lord.
granted my requests.
Which is why I give
Then
my
I went
channels.
to the governors west of the Euphrates and gave them the king's letters.
What's worth more
The
than
king
money
also
to me?
sent army officers and
It's my
cavalry
YouTube.
with me.
It's my
But when Sanballat the
Twitch.
Horonite and Tobiah
Yeah.
the Ammonite official heard about this,
So-
they were deeply disturbed that someone had come to seek the well-being of the Israelites.
made to serve the Lord.
After I had arrived in Jerusalem and had been there 3 days, I set out at night with a few men. I did
In all
not tell
things.
anyone.
I've even
what
got my
God
guitar
had
next to
laid
me as
upon
well.
my heart to
You
do
know, I've been
for
learning
Jerusalem.
some
The
Hillsong,
only animal with me
Christian
was
worship
the one on
songs.
which
I know,
was
like
riding.
the
So I went out at night
Hillsong
through the valley
Church.
gate toward the well of the serpent and the dung
there
gate.
are
And
complications
I
in it,
inspected
but I
the
don't
walls of
really
Jerusalem that
find
had been broken down,
anything too
and the
bad
gates
in
that
the
had been
lyrics
destroyed by fire.
of the worship
Then I went on
songs,
to
you
the
know.
fountain gate and the king's pool,
So
but there was no room for the animal
until
under me to get
otherwise,
through. So I went up the valley by night and inspected the walls.
been listening to a
Then
lot
I headed back
and been
and
learning a
re-entered
couple
through
of
the
them
valley
on the
gate.
guitar.
The officials did not know where I had gone or
Restream
what I
bot
was
YouTube.
doing.
Smiley,
For I
my
had not
friend
yet
told me about
the
your
Jews
screen.
Or
He
priests
said he
or
knows you
nobles or
personally and
officials
that you're a
or
beautiful
any other
human being.
workers.
So I
Then
believe
I
God
said to
loves
them,
you.
"You see
He
the
talks
trouble
very
we are
highly
in.
of you.
Jerusalem
Yeah, he said
lies
you
in
play
ruins,
guitars.
and
Yeah.
its gates have been burned
My
down.
bro Gunny from
Come,
Indonesia
let us
was in
rebuild
here
the wall of
yesterday.
Jerusalem, so that we will
It
no
was nice to
longer
hear
be
from
in
him.
disgrace."
You
I
know,
also told them
he's
about
an
the
he's
gracious
an
hand of my
IT
God
professional.
upon me, and what
Gunny.
the king had said to me.
Don't know exactly
"Let
what
us
he
start
does, but I know
rebuilding,"
he's an
they
IT
replied.
profession,
And they set their hands to this good work.
and that he can
But
code
when
in Python
Sanballat
very
the
well.
Horonite, Tobiah the Ammonite official, and
And he's got
Geshem
some
the Arab
amazing
heard about
OBS
this,
stream stuff.
they mocked us and ridiculed us, saying, "What is this you are doing? Are you rebelling against the king?" So I answered them and said, "The God of heaven is the one who will grant us success. We, his servants, will start rebuilding, but you have no portion, right, or claim in Jerusalem."
Hello there, and
At
happy
the sheep
tracking.
gate,
God bless.
Eliashib the high priest and his fellow priests began rebuilding. They dedicated it and
It's in
installed
the
its
UK.
doors.
Name is Chris.
After building
Not
as
sure.
far as the Tower of the Hundred and the Tower
Chris.
of Hananel, they dedicated the wall.
Chris, the only
men of
Chris
Jericho
that I know
built next to
personally
Eliashib, and
is
Zachar, son of Imri,
my mate Chris,
built next to
guitarist
them.
Chris.
The fish
who
gate
is
was
an
rebuilt
awesome
by the sons
guitarist,
of
man.
Hasaneah. They laid its
You know,
beams
he's the one
and
who
installed its
taught me
doors,
how to play
bolts,
most
and
of.
bars.
He lent me the
Next to
tab
them,
books
Meremoth,
for
son of
Nirvana
Uriah,
songs.
the son of Hakaz, made
You know?
repairs.
He's the one who
Next
got
to
me into
him
like
was
Nirvana
Shalom,
and
son
stuff.
of Berechiah, the son of
He's the one who got me
Meshezabel,
into Foo
made
Fighters.
repairs. And next to him, Zadok,
Playing
son of
Nintendo
Baana,
64
made
and
repairs
eating
as
pizza
well.
and Foo Fighters.
Next to him, the Tekoites made repairs. But their nobles did not put their
Yeah,
shoulders
Chris
to the work
Redfield
under their
on
supervisors.
Facebook goes
The
by.
Jeshana Gate was repaired by
Yeah.
Joiada, son of Basia,
My mate Chris.
and Meshullam, son of
Lovely
Besadiah.
bloke.
They laid
Massive.
its beams
He-
and installed its
like,
doors, bolts,
He
and
wasn't like under
Next
the
to
weather,
them,
like he got picked on and
repairs were
stuff.
made by Melatiah,
And
the
our
Gibeonite,
mate Ryan
Jadon, the Meronothite,
is massive.
and the men of Gibeon,
Like he was
Mizpah,
benching like
who were under
240
the
key,
authority of the
right?
governor of the region west
And Chris
of the
started
Euphrates.
doing
Next to
weights
them, Uzziel,
and
son
got
of
pretty
Hilkiah,
tonk.
one
You
of
know
the
what I mean?
goldsmiths,
He got
made
pretty built
repairs.
up.
And next to him, Hananiah, son of the perfumer, made repairs.
But yeah, I mean,
They fortified Jerusalem as far as the
I,
broad wall.
I have
Next to
difficulty
them,
benching
Raphiah,
10
son
key,
of Hur,
right?
ruler of a half district of Jerusalem, made repairs. Next to him,
I put the
Jediah,
guitar
son
down
of Barumath,
for
made
10
repairs
years.
across from his house. And
Um,
next to him, Hattush, son of Hashabniah,
I mean,
made repairs.
I regret it when I
Malchijah, son
don't.
of Harim, and Hashub, son of
Oh
Pahath
my
Moab,
God, really?
repaired another section, as
Oh
well as
wow,
the tower
that's
of the ovens.
terrible to hear.
And next to them, Shallum, son of
I hope he
Halohesh,
didn't get into
ruler of the
steroids
other
and
half
stuff
district of
and
Jerusalem,
heart attack.
made repairs with the help of
You
his
know?
daughters. The
'Cause
Valley Gate
I
was
remember,
repaired by Haman
like,
and the residents of
he
Zanoah.
was like, his
They
mum's
rebuilt it,
car was like a
installed
Fiat
its doors,
Punto.
bolts,
We
and
were
bars,
standing outside his
repaired
house and he was just
1,000
like,
cubits
I
of
bet I can
wall as far as the
deadlift.
dung
I
gate.
bet I can deadlift this
The Dung
car.
Gate was repaired by
And he did
Malchijah,
it.
son of
You know what I mean?
ruler of the district of Beth Hakerem.
That is
He
tragic.
rebuilt it and installed its
I
doors,
haven't spoken
bolts,
to
and
Chris.
bars. The Fountain Gate was repaired by
Heart attack,
Shallum,
exactly,
son of Colhozah,
steroids.
ruler of the district of Mizpah.
Steroids.
He rebuilt it,
Mess you
roofed it,
up.
and installed its doors, bolts, and bars. He also repaired the wall of the pool of
You know,
Sheba
I've had
near
like
the king's
anxiety
garden, as far
attacks
as the
and
stairs
I've
that
had
descend
like
from the city of
blackouts,
David.
pass out and stuff.
Beyond him, Nehemiah, son
Yeah.
of Azbuk, ruler
Yeah,
of
he
the half
was.
district of Beth Zur,
Yeah.
made repairs up to a point
I remember,
opposite the tombs
like,
of David,
when I
as
went
far as
into
the
his
artificial
bedroom,
pool
you
and
know,
the house of the mighty.
and
Next to him, the
all
Levites
the
made
guy
repairs
was
under
baked
Rehum,
beans,
son
mashed
of Baanai.
potatoes,
And next to
and
him, Hashabiah,
chicken.
ruler of a half district of Keilah,
That's it.
made repairs for his
and like
district. Next to
breakfast,
him,
lunch,
Their
dinner,
countrymen made repairs under Binuai,
which isn't
son of
bad,
Henadad,
really. That's
ruler
like
of the
luxury.
other half
Do
district of Keilah.
you know what I mean?
And next to him,
In my
Ezer,
eyes, that's
son of
luxury,
Jeshua,
mate, you know?
ruler of Mizpah,
I would be
repaired
well happy
another section
with a
opposite
diet
the
like
ascent
that every
to
day.
the
That's a
armory,
blessing.
near the angle
Yeah.
in the wall. Next
But
to
it's like,
him,
I used to weigh
Baruch, son of
64
Zabbai,
key
diligently repaired another section
before
from the angle
God
to the
put
doorway of the house of
my
Eliashib,
lady friend
the
in my
high
life.
priest.
And now
Next to him,
I am nearly
Meremoth,
80
son of
kilos.
Uriah,
I'm
son of
79.9
repaired another
kilos.
section from the doorway
You
of the
know,
house
I got
of
round.
Eliashib to the end of the house.
I got round.
Next to him, the priests
I've got
from the
tyres.
surrounding area made repairs.
I've got Dunlop.
Beyond them, Benjamin and Hashub made
You know what I mean?
repairs in front of their house.
Got some Dunlop
And
going
next
on
to
in the
them,
midsection.
Azariah, son of Maaseiah, the son of Ananiah, made repairs beside his house. After him, Binuai, son of Henadad, repaired another section, from the house of Azariah to the angle and the corner. And Palal, son of Uzai, made repairs opposite the angle and the tower that juts out from the upper palace of the king near the courtyard of the guard. Next to him,
Okay, well, good.
Pedaiah, son of Parosh, and the temple servants living on the hill of Ophel made repairs opposite the water gate toward the east and the tower that juts out. And next to them, the Tekoites repaired another
Well,
section
yeah, I mean,
from a point
you know,
opposite the
like,
great tower that juts out to the
when I
wall
was
of
on the
Ophel.
drink
Above
and
the
all
horse
that
gate,
stuff,
each of the priests
you know,
made
I wasn't
repairs
really
in front of his
eating
own house. Next to them,
much.
Zadok,
And I was walking
son of
everywhere,
Immer, made repairs
because I was spending all my
opposite
money
his
on
house.
other things I
And
shouldn't be
next to
spending
him,
it on.
Shemaiah,
Right?
son of Shechaniah, the guard of the east gate, made repairs.
Starting to
Next
get
to
grey
him,
hairs and
Hananiah,
stuff,
son of
which is
Shelemiah,
cool. I
as
mean, I
well
cut
as
my
Elam,
hair
the
and
sixth
stuff.
son of Zalaph,
But
repaired
you know, I'm
another
looking
section.
forward to hopefully
Next to
one
them,
day
Meshullam, son of
being grey.
Berechiah,
You
made
know,
repairs opposite
all my
his
hair's
own
going
quarters.
white naturally.
Next to him, Malchijah, one of the
You know,
goldsmiths,
get the
made
Gandalf
repairs
thing going
as far
on.
as the house of the temple
You know?
servants and the merchants, opposite the
That'll
inspection
definitely
gate,
be
and
good
as far
for my
as the
stream.
upper room above the corner.
You know,
And between
like,
the upper
the
room
old
above the
English
corner
boy
and the sheep gate,
doing his
the
trucking,
goldsmiths and merchants
doing his rally
made
sim.
repairs.
I really need to get some flight sticks.
Now, when Sanballat heard that we were rebuilding the wall,
Do some Elite
he was
Dangerous,
furious and filled with
and some
indignation. He
flight,
ridiculed the Jews
some
before
DCS
his associates
World
and the army of Samaria, saying, "What are these
aerobatics
feeble
and
Jews
combat.
doing? Can they restore the wall by themselves? Will they offer
Yeah, I'm looking
sacrifices?
forward to it. Well, I mean,
Will they complete
when I
it
was
in a
younger, I
day?
was like, you know,
Can they
I hope
bring
I'll
these
be
burnt
dead
stones
before I'm
back to
50,
life
so
from
that
the
I
mounds
don't
of
grow
rubble?"
old and stuff.
Then
You know,
Tobiah the
and
Ammonite,
all
who
the
was
things that
beside
come with
him,
old,
said,
like, you know,
"If
my
even
vision
a
is
fox were to
going,
climb up
your
on
hearing
what they are
is
building,
going.
it would break
I've got
down their wall of
arthritis,
stones.
you know, got pains
Hear
in my
us,
joints
O
and
God,
stuff.
for we are despised.
You
Turn
know,
their scorn back upon their
So-
own heads, and let them be taken as plunder to a land of captivity. Do not cover up their iniquity, or let their sin be blotted out
But,
from your sight. For they
every
have
day is a
provoked
blessing.
the builders.
every day is a
So
blessing,
we
bruv.
rebuilt the wall until all of it was joined together
Every day
up
is a
to half
blessing,
its
and I'm
height.
thankful for
For
it.
the people
You
had
know?
a mind to work.
And
When Sanballat and
I
Tobiah,
do
together
live
with
to
the
be
Arabs,
old and grey
Ammonites,
and
Ashdodites,
whingy,
heard that the repair
wony,
to the walls
whingy,
of
whiny,
Jerusalem was
moany,
progressing,
just like I
and
am.
that the gaps were being
Anyway,
closed,
right.
they were furious, and all of them
you know,
conspired
served
to
Jesus,
come and
served
fight against
Christ
Jerusalem and create
with my
a
all
hindrance.
until the end
So
of
we
days.
prayed to our God,
Because I believe we are in the
posting a
end
guard
times
against them day and
right
night.
now.
Meanwhile,
I'm
the
waiting.
people of
It
Judah
wouldn't-
said, "The
when
strength of the
China kicks
laborer
off with
fails,
Taiwan
and there is so much
and
rubble
Japan gets
that we will
involved,
never be
it's
able
World
to
War
rebuild
III.
the wall." And our enemies said, "Before they know or see a thing, we will come into their midst, kill
As soon
them,
as the
and
world
put
gets
an end to
divided
the work."
into,
At that time, the Jews who lived nearby came and told us 10 times over,
people start
"Wherever you
shooting
turn,
missiles
they will
and
attack
rockets, and dropping
So I
bombs.
stationed men behind the
It's World
lowest
War III.
sections of the wall, at the vulnerable areas. I stationed
I
them
mean,
by
my last
families
stream,
with their
I had
swords,
Revelation.
spears, and bows.
Book of Revelation.
After I had made an inspection, I stood up and said to the nobles,
Yeah.
the officials, and the rest of the people, "Do not be afraid
So,
of them.
I mean,
Remember the Lord,
you know, a
who
third
is
of the
great
sun
and
will be
awesome,
blotted out.
and fight for your brothers, your
Uh,
sons, and your daughters,
Third
your wives,
of
and
all
your
of
homes."
the trees and
When our
grass
enemies heard that we were aware of
will
their
be
scheme,
annihilated.
and that God
A
had
third of
frustrated
all the
it,
waters will
each
become
of us
bitter
returned to his
and
own work on the
undrinkable.
wall.
That's what
And
happens,
from that day
you know,
on,
radioactive
half
waste.
of my servants did the work, while the other half held spears, shields, bows, and armor. The officers stationed themselves behind all the people of Judah who were rebuilding the wall. The laborers who carried materials worked with one hand and held a weapon with the other, and each of the builders worked with his sword strapped at his side. But the trumpeter stayed beside me. Then I said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, "The work is great and extensive, and we are spread out far from one another along the wall. Wherever you hear the sound of the horn,
Right sound
rally to
line.
us there. Our God will fight for us." So we continued the work, while half of the men held spears from the break of dawn until the stars came out. At that time, I also said to the people, "Let every man and his servant spend the night inside Jerusalem, so that they can stand guard by
Thank
night
you, my
and
good
work
man.
by day." So
I appreciate
neither I,
it.
nor my
A lot.
brothers,
It
nor
means
my
a lot.
servants, nor the guards with me
Yeah.
changed out of our
I will
clothes.
try to make a
Each
point
carried his weapon,
of
even
praying
to go
for my
water.
viewers.
About
Just
that
so much
time,
stuff
there was
going
a
on in my
great
life.
outcry from the
Seriously,
people
so
and
much
their
stuff.
wives
Bible
against their fellow
studies.
Jews.
You know,
Some
I'm
were
so
saying,
blessed.
"We and our
You know,
sons
I've
and
nearly
daughters
got
are
access to
numerous.
Bible
We must
study,
get
right,
grain in
for
order to eat
every
and
day of the
stay
week.
alive." Others were
You know,
saying, "We are
Thursdays,
mortgaging our fields, our
Saturdays,
vineyards, and our
Sundays,
homes
and
to get grain
Tuesdays.
during the famine." Still
Yeah,
others were
Bible
saying,
studies
we
that I
have
can go
borrowed
to.
money to pay the king's tax.
Hello there, my
on
good
our
man. Happy
fields
trucking
and
and
vineyards.
God bless.
We and our children are just like our countrymen and their children,
He's
yet
listening
we
to
are
this
subjecting
drum and
our
bass.
sons and daughters to slavery. Some of our daughters are already enslaved, but we are powerless to
Yeah.
redeem them because our fields and vineyards belong to others. When I heard their outcry and these complaints, I became extremely angry. And after serious thought, I rebuked the nobles
Happy trucking,
and
my
officials,
good man. God
saying,
bless.
you are exacting usury from your own brothers. So I called a large assembly against them and said, we have done our best to buy back our Jewish brothers who were sold to foreigners. But now you are selling your own brothers, that they may be sold back to us. But they remained silent, for they could find nothing to say.
Roger that,
So
my good
I
man. Have
continued,
fun.
what you
God
are
bless.
doing
Be good.
is not right.
Enjoy
Shouldn't you
Baldur's
walk in
Gate.
the fear of our God to avoid the
Yeah,
reproach
it'd be nice
of
to
our
hear from
foreign
you soon
enemies?
as well. I am going
I,
to
as well as my
AFK.
brothers and my
So
servants,
AFK
have
scene,
been
and I'll be
lending the
right back.
people money and grain. Please let us stop this usury. Please restore to them immediately their fields, vineyards, olive groves, and houses, along with the percentage of the money, grain, new wine, and oil that you have been assessing them. We will restore it, they replied, and will require nothing more from them. We will do as you say. So I summoned the priests and required of the nobles and officials an oath that they would do what they had promised. I also shook out the folds of my robe and said, may God likewise shake out of his house and possession every man who does not keep this promise. May such a man be shaken out and have nothing. The whole assembly said, Amen, and they praised the Lord. And the people did as they had promised. Furthermore, from the day King Artaxerxes appointed me to be their governor in the land of Judah, from his 20th year until his 32nd year, 12 years total, neither I nor my brothers ate the food allotted to the governor. The governors before me had heavily burdened the people, taking from them bread and wine, plus 40 shekels of silver. Their servants also oppressed the people, but I did not do this because of my fear of God. Instead, I devoted myself to the construction of the wall, and all my servants were gathered there for the work. We did not acquire any land. There were 150 Jews and officials at my table, besides the guests from the surrounding nations. Each day, 1 ox, 6 choice sheep, and some fowl were prepared for me. And once every 10 days, an abundance of all kinds of wine was provided. But I did not demand the food allotted to the governor, because the burden on the people was so heavy. Remember me favorably, O my God, for all that I have done for this people. When Sanballat, Tobiah, Geshem the Arab, and the rest of our enemies heard that I had rebuilt the wall, and not a gap was left, though to that time I had not yet installed the doors in the gates, Sanballat and Geshem sent me this message: Come, let us meet together in one of the villages on the plain of Ono. But they were planning to harm me. So I sent messengers to them, saying, I am doing a great work and cannot come down. Why should the work stop while I leave it to go down to you? 4 times they sent me the same message, and each time I gave the same reply. The 5th time, Sanballat sent me this same message by his young servant, who had in his hand an unsealed letter that read, It is reported among the nations, and Geshem agrees, that you and the Jews are plotting to revolt, and this is why you are building the wall. According to these reports, you are to become their king, and you have even appointed prophets in Jerusalem to proclaim on your behalf, there is a king in Judah. Soon these rumors will reach the ears of the king. So come, let us confer together." Then I sent him this reply: "There is nothing to these rumors you are spreading. You are inventing them in your own mind. For they were all trying to frighten us, saying, 'Their hands will be weakened in the work, and it will never be finished.' But now, my God, strengthen my hands." Later, I went to the house of Shemaiah, son of Delaiah, the son of Mehetabel, who was confined to his house. He said, "Let us meet at the house of God inside the temple. Let us shut the temple doors, because they are coming to kill you. By night they are coming to kill you." But I replied, "Should a man like me run away? Should one like me go into the temple to save his own life? I will not go." I realized that God had not sent him, but that he had uttered this prophecy against me because Tobiah and Sanballat had hired him. He had been hired to intimidate me, so that I would sin by doing as he suggested, so they could give me a bad name in order to discredit me. Oh my God, remember Tobiah and Sanballat for what they have done, and also Noadiah the prophetess and the other prophets who tried to intimidate me. So the wall was completed in 52 days, on the 25th of Elul. When all our enemies heard about this, all the surrounding nations were afraid and disheartened, for they realized that this task had been accomplished by our God. Also in those days, the nobles of Judah sent many letters to Tobiah, and Tobiah's letters came back to them. For many in Judah were bound by oath to him, since he was a son-in-law of Shechaniah, son of Arah, and his son Jehohanan had married the daughter of Meshullam, son of Berechiah. Moreover, these nobles kept reporting to me Tobiah's good deeds, and they relayed my words to him. And Tobiah sent letters to intimidate me. When the wall had been rebuilt, and I had set the doors in place, the gatekeepers, singers, and Levites were appointed. Then I put my brother Hanani in charge of Jerusalem, along with Hananiah, the commander of the fortress, because he was a faithful man who feared God more than most. And I told them, "Do not open the gates of Jerusalem until the sun is hot. While the guards are on duty, keep the doors shut and securely fastened, and appoint the residents of Jerusalem as guards, some at their posts and some at their own homes." Now the city was large and spacious, but there were few people in it, and the houses had not yet been rebuilt. Then my God put it into my heart to assemble the nobles, the officials, and the people to be enrolled by genealogy. I found the genealogical register of those who had first returned, and I found the following written in it. These are the people of the province who came up from the captivity of the exiles carried away to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar its king. They returned to Jerusalem and Judah, each to his own town, accompanied by Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Azariah, Rehemiah, Nehemani, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mispereth, Bigvai, Nehum, and Baanah. This is the count of the men of Israel. The descendants of Parosh, 2,172. The descendants of Shephatiah, 372. The descendants of Arah, 652. The descendants of Pahath Moab, through the line of Jeshua and Joab, 2,818. The descendants of Elam, 1,254. The descendants of Zatu, 845.
I know. Climbing
The
into
descendants
the rusty
of
old
Zakkai,
sim rig
760.
Oh,
The descendants
is
of
quite
Benuai,
the task.
648. The descendants of Bebai, 628. The
now that we
descendants
are
of
ready
Azgad,
to roll.
2,322. The descendants of Adonikam, 667. The descendants of Bigvi, 2067.
Get shifted it.
The descendants of Aden,
And it's running.
655. The descendants of Ater through Hezekiah, 98. The descendants of Hashem, 328. The descendants of Bezai, 324. The descendants of Harith, 112. The descendants of Gibeon, 95. The men of Bethlehem and Netophah, 188. The men of Anathoth, 128. The men of Beth Asmaveth, 42. The men of Kiriath Jearim, Kephirah, and Beeroth, 743. The men of Ramah and Geba, 621. The men of Michmash, 122. The men of Bethel and Ai, 123. The men of the other Nebo, 52. The descendants of the other Elam, 1,254. The descendants of Harim, 320. The men of Jericho, 345. The men of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 721. And the descendants of Sanea, 3,930. The priests, the descendants of Jediah, through the house of Jeshua, 973. The descendants of Immer, 1,052. The descendants of Pashur, 1,247. And the descendants of Harim, 1,017. The Levites, the descendants of Jeshua, through Kadmiel, through the line of Hodavah, 74. The singers, the descendants of Asaph, 148. The gatekeepers, the descendants of Shallum, the descendants of Ater, the descendants of Talmon, the descendants of Akub, the descendants of Hatita, and the descendants of Shobai, 138 in all. The temple servants, the descendants of Zihah, the descendants of Hasupha, the descendants of Tabaoth, the descendants of Keros, the descendants of Siah, the descendants of Aden, the descendants of Labana, the descendants of Hagabah, the descendants of
So I'm
Shalmai,
going to keep it
the
at
descendants
65.
of Hanan, the
Give me
descendants
65
of Gidel,
in
the
the other
descendants
truck.
of Gahar, the descendants
It's
of
really
Reiah,
good.
the
Oh,
descendants
dear.
of Rezin, the
But
descendants
your
of
clutch,
Nakoda,
you need to
the
spray
descendants
the
of
clutch.
Gatam, the descendants of Uzzah, the descendants of Paseah,
It's clean
the
with
descendants
clutch
of
pop.
Bezai, the descendants of Meunim, the descendants of Nephushisim, the descendants of Bakbah, the descendants of Hekupha, the descendants of Harher, the descendants of Baslit, the descendants of Mehida, the descendants of Harsha, the descendants of Marcus, the descendants of Sisera, the descendants of Tema, the descendants of Neziah, and the descendants of Hatipha, the descendants of the servants of Solomon, the descendants of Sotai, the descendants of Sophereth, the descendants of Perida, the descendants of Jaala, the descendants of Darkon, the descendants of Giddel, the descendants of Shephatiah, the descendants of Hattil, the descendants of Pachereth Hazabaim, and the descendants of Ammon. The temple servants and descendants of the servants of Solomon numbered 392 in all. The following came up from Tel Melah, Tel Harsha, Kerub, Adon, and Immer, but could not prove that their families were descended from Israel. The descendants of Deliah, the descendants of Tobiah, and the descendants of Nakoda, 642 in all. And from among the priests, the descendants of Tobiah, the descendants of Hakos, and the descendants of Barzillai, who had married a daughter
hello
of
there.
Barzillai the Gileadite,
Happy trucking, my good
and was
man.
called by their names.
Peoples. And God bless,
These
of
men
course,
searched
naturally.
for their family records, but they could not find them, and so were excluded from the priesthood as unclean. The governor ordered them not to eat the most holy things until there was a priest to consult the Urim and Thummim. The whole assembly numbered 42,360, in addition to their 7,337 men servants and maidservants, as well as their 245 male and female singers. They had 736 horses, 245 mules, 435 camels, and 6,700
Happy trucking, my good
donkeys.
man. Peoples,
Some of
should
the
I
heads
say.
of the
God
families
bless, of course.
contributed to the project.
Naturally.
The governor gave to the treasury 1,000 derricks of gold, 50 bowls, and 530 priestly garments. And some of the heads of the families gave to the treasury for the project 20,000 derricks of gold and 2,200 minas of silver. The rest of the people gave a total of 20,000 derricks of gold, 2,000 minas of silver, and 67 priestly garments. So the priests, Levites, gatekeepers, singers, and temple servants, along with some of the people and the rest of the Israelites, settled in their own towns. And by the 7th month, the Israelites had settled in their towns. At that time, all the people gathered together in the square before the water gate, and they asked Ezra the scribe to bring out the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord had commanded for Israel. On the first day of the 7th month, Ezra the priest brought the law before the assembly of men and women and all who could listen and understand. So Ezra read it aloud from daybreak until noon, as he faced the square before the water gate, in front of the men and women and those who could understand. And all the people listened attentively to the book of the law. Ezra the scribe stood on a high wooden platform built for this occasion. At his right side stood Mattithiah, Shema, Anaiah, Uriah, Hilkiah, and Maaseiah. And at his left were Pedaiah, Mishael, Malchijah, Hashem, Hashbaddanah, Zechariah, and Meshullam. Ezra opened the book in full view of all the people, since he was standing above them all. And as he opened it, all the people stood up. Then Ezra blessed the Lord, the great God, and with their hands uplifted, all the people said, Amen, Amen. Then they bowed down and worshipped the Lord with their faces to the ground. The Levites, Jeshua, Bani, Sherebiah, Jamin, Akab, Shabbatai, Hodiah, Maaseiah, Kelita, Azariah, Jozabad, Hanan, and Pelaiah instructed the people in the law as they stood in their places. So they read from the book of the law of God, explaining it and giving insight, so that the people could understand what was being read. Nehemiah the governor, Ezra the priest and scribe, and the Levites who were instructing the people said to all of them, This day is holy to the Lord your God. Do not mourn or weep. For all the people were weeping as they heard the words of the law. Then Nehemiah told them, Go and eat what is rich, drink what is sweet, and send out portions to those who have nothing prepared, since today is holy to our Lord. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. And the Levites calmed all the people, saying, Be still, since today is holy. Do not grieve. Then all the people began to eat and drink, to send out portions, and to rejoice greatly, because they understood the words that had been made known to them. On the second day of the month, the heads of all the families, along with the priests and Levites, gathered around Ezra the scribe to study the words of the law. And they found written in the law, which the Lord had commanded through Moses, that the Israelites were to dwell in booths during the feast of the 7th month. So they proclaimed this message and spread it throughout their towns and in Jerusalem, saying, Go out to the hill country and bring back branches of olive, wild olive,
Hello there.
myrtle, palm, and other
Trucking and God
trees
bless.
to make booths, as it is written. And the people went out, brought back branches, and made booths on their own rooftops, in their courtyards, in the court of the house of God, and in the squares by the water gate, and by the gate of Ephraim. The whole assembly who had returned from exile made booths and lived in them. From the days of Joshua son of Nun until that day, the Israelites had not celebrated like
Finding new
this,
route.
and there was great rejoicing. Day after day, from the first day to the last, Ezra read from the book of the law of God. The Israelites kept the feast for 7 days, and on the 8th day they held an assembly according to the ordinance. On the 24th day of the same month, the Israelites gathered together, fasting and wearing sackcloth, with dust on their heads. Those of Israelite descent separated themselves from all the foreigners, and they stood and confessed their sins and the iniquities of their fathers. While they stood in their places, they read from the book of the law of the Lord their God for a quarter of the day, and they spent another quarter of the day in confession and worship of the Lord their God. And the Levites, Jeshua, Bani, Kadmiel, Shebaniah, Bunai, Sherebiah, Bani, and Canaani, stood on the raised platform and cried out in a loud voice to the Lord their God. Then the Levites, Jeshua, Kadmiel, Bani,
Oh.
Hashabniah, Sherebiah,
Pay
Hodiah,
attention.
Shebaniah,
Always pay
and
attention.
Pethahiah said, Stand up and bless the Lord your God from everlasting to everlasting. Blessed be your glorious name,
I'm the noob.
and may it be exalted above all blessing and praise. You alone are the Lord. You created the heavens, the highest heavens, with all their host, the earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them. You give life to all things, and the host of heaven worships you. You are the Lord, the God who chose Abram, who brought him out of Ur of the Chaldeans and gave him the name Abraham. You found his heart faithful before you and made a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanites and Hittites, of the Amorites and Perizzites, of the Jebusites and Girgashites, to give it to his descendants. You have kept your promise because you are righteous. You saw the affliction of our fathers in Egypt. You heard their cry at the Red Sea. You performed signs and wonders against Pharaoh, all his officials, and all the people of his land. For you knew they had acted with arrogance against our fathers. You made a name for yourself that endures to this day. You divided the sea before them, and they crossed through
Well, happy
on
trucking,
dry
my good
ground.
man. God bless.
You hurled their pursuers into the depths like a stone into raging waters. You led them with a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, to light for them the way in which they should travel. You came down on Mount Sinai and spoke with them from heaven. You gave them just ordinances, true laws, and good statutes and commandments. You revealed to them your holy Sabbath, and gave them commandments and statutes and laws through your servant Moses. In their hunger, you gave them bread from heaven. In their thirst, you brought them water from the rock. You told them to go in and possess the land which you had sworn to give them.
Well, hello there.
But they
Happy
and
trucking.
our
God
fathers
bless, my good
became
man.
arrogant and stiff-necked, and did not obey your commandments. They refused to listen, and failed to remember the wonders you performed among them. They stiffened their necks and appointed a leader to return them to their bondage in Egypt. But you are a forgiving God, gracious and compassionate, slow to anger, and rich in loving devotion.
Happy trucking and
And
God
you did
bless.
not forsake them. Even when they cast for themselves an image of a calf and said, "This is your God, who brought you up out of Egypt." And when they committed terrible blasphemies, you, in your great compassion,
Bad news,
did not
son.
forsake them in the wilderness. By day, the pillar of cloud never turned away from guiding them on their path, and by the night, the pillar of fire illuminated the
Ads
way they
inbound
should
boss.
go.
Keep left.
Enjoy the
You
ads.
gave your
It's
good
the
spirit
best part
to
of my
instruct
concept.
them,
Okay.
You
it's
did
the
not
ads.
withhold your manna from their mouths, and you gave them water
Now,
for
if
their
Twitch
thirst.
streamers
For
could
40
actually
years, you
create,
sustained
video
them in
edit
the
their own
wilderness,
ads
so that they
for
lacked
the products
nothing.
that they
Their
like.
clothes
Happy
did not
trucking,
wear
God
out,
bless my good
and
man.
their feet did not
Right?
swell.
Okay. Now
You gave them
we're going
kingdoms and
somewhere.
peoples,
Now
and allotted to
now
them every
you're getting it.
corner of the land.
Jeff
So
Bezos,
they
my good
took
man.
the land
Right?
of Sihon, king of Heshbon,
Work
and
with
of
me here.
Og, king
Yeah?
of Bashan.
You know.
You multiplied
See,
their
I don't
descendants
want
like the
Burger
stars
King
of
or
heaven,
McDonald's,
and brought them
right?
to the
Ads
land
on
you
my
had told
stream
their fathers to
that make
enter
people
and
hungry
possess.
and think about
So their
food,
descendants went
and
in
then click
and
off my
possessed the
stream
land.
to go and get food.
You
right?
subdued before them
What I
the
want
Canaanites
is
dwelling in the land.
adverts of
You
stuff that
delivered into their
I like,
hands the kings
you know,
and
that
peoples
I
of the
want to be,
land,
that
to
I
do
use,
with them as
that
they wish.
I want to be sponsored by,
They
like
captured fortified
Logitech
cities and fertile land,
or
and took houses full of
AMD,
all goods,
right?
wells
Because
already dug,
we're an
vineyards,
AMD
olive
fanboy
groves,
here,
and fruit trees
right?
in
Or
abundance.
Nvidia
So
graphics
they ate
cards,
and were filled.
you
They
know,
grew fat
or
and delighted in your great
whatever
goodness.
this stuff is called.
But they were disobedient and rebelled against you.
Limpo
They flung your
Contato,
law
I can't even read the
behind their
name.
backs. They killed your prophets.
M500.
You had admonished
I
them
want
to
to be
return
sponsored
to
by
you.
M500.
They committed terrible
We're
blasphemies.
powered by
So you
M500 here.
delivered
Do you
them
know what I
into the
mean?
hands of enemies
Happy trucking, my
who
good
oppressed
man.
them.
God bless.
And in their time of distress, they cried out to you. From heaven you heard them, and in your great compassion you gave them deliverers, who saved them from the hands of their enemies. But as soon as they had rest, they again did evil in your sight. So you abandoned them to the hands of their enemies, who had dominion over them. When they cried out to you again,
Keep right.
you heard from heaven,
Right.
and you delivered them many times in your compassion. You admonished them to turn back to your law, but they were arrogant and disobeyed your commandments.
Keep left.
They sinned against your ordinances, by which a man will live if he practices
Why,
them.
hello there. Happy
They
trucking.
stubbornly
God
shrugged
bless.
their shoulders. They stiffened their necks and would not obey. You were patient with them for many years, and your spirit admonished them through your prophets. Yet they would not listen, so you gave them into the hands of the neighboring peoples. But in your great compassion, you did not put an end to them, nor did you forsake them, for you are a gracious and compassionate God.
Take the first
So
exit.
now, our God,
Exit now.
the great and mighty and awesome God, who keeps his gracious covenant, do not view lightly all the hardship that has come upon us, and upon our kings and leaders, our priests and prophets, our ancestors, and all your people, from the days of the kings of Assyria until today. You are just in all that has befallen us, because you have acted faithfully while we have acted wickedly. Our kings and leaders and priests and fathers did not obey your law or listen to your commandments and warnings that you gave them. For even while they were in their kingdom with the abundant goodness that you had given them, and in the spacious and fertile land that you had set before them, they would not serve you or turn from their wicked ways. So here we are today as slaves in the land you gave our fathers to enjoy its fruit and goodness. Here we are as slaves. Its abundant harvest goes to the kings you have set over us because of our sins, and they rule over our bodies and our livestock as they please. We are in great distress. In view of all this, we make a binding agreement, putting it in writing and sealing it with the names of our leaders, Levites, and priests. Now these were the ones who sealed the document: Nehemiah, the governor, son of Hakaliah, and also Zedekiah, Sariah, Azariah, Jeremiah, Pashur, Amariah, Malchijah, Hattush, Shebaniah, Malach, Harim, Meremoth, Obadiah, Daniel, Ginnethon, Baruch, Meshullam, Abijah, Mijamin, Maaziah, Bilgai, and Shemaiah. These were the priests. The Levites, Jeshua, son of Azaniah, Binnui of the sons of Henadad, Kadmiel and their associates, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Kelita, Pelaiah, Hanan, Micah, Rehab, Hashabiah, Zakur,
hello there.
Sherebiah,
Happy trucking. And
Shebaniah,
God bless my
Hodiah,
friend.
Bani,
Oh dear.
and Beninu.
This is problematic.
And the leaders of the people, Parash, Pahath Moab, Elam, Satu,
How am I gonna
Bani,
get...
Unai, Asgad,
Okay.
Levi, Adonijah, Bigvi, Aden, Ater,
Do
Hezekiah,
UE over
Azar,
here
Hodiah,
somehow.
Hashem, Bezai, Harith,
If I'd have known, it would have come around
Levi,
this side, but I didn't know.
Magpash, Meshullam,
How am I gonna do
Ezer,
UE?
Meshezabel, Zadok, Jedua, Pelatiah, Hanan,
I can smell the
Benaiah,
coffee.
Hoshea,
Coffee.
Hananiah, Hashub, Pelohesh,
Ah.
Pilha, Shobek, Rehum,
Must
Hashabnah,
exist.
Maaseiah, Ahijah, Hanan, Anan, Malach, Haram, and Baanah. The rest of the people, the priests, Levites, gatekeepers, singers, temple servants, and all who had separated themselves from the people of the land to obey the law of God, along with their wives and all their sons and daughters who are able to understand, hereby join with their noble brothers and commit themselves with a sworn oath to follow the law of God given through his servant Moses, and to carefully obey all the commandments, ordinances, and statutes of the Lord our Lord. We will not give our daughters in marriage to the people of the land, and we will not take their daughters for our sons. When the people of the land bring merchandise or any kind of grain to sell on the Sabbath day, we will not buy from them on a Sabbath or holy day. Every 7th year, we will let the fields lie fallow, and will cancel every debt. We also place ourselves under the obligation to contribute 1/3 of a shekel yearly for the service of the house of our God, for the showbread, for the regular grain offerings and burnt offerings, for the Sabbath offerings, for the new moons and appointed feasts, for the holy offerings, for the sin offerings to make atonement for Israel, and for all the duties
here
of the
is
house of our
complicated.
God. We have cast lots among the priests, Levites, and people for the donation of wood by our families at the appointed times each year. They are to bring it to the house of our God to burn on the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the law. We will also bring the first fruits of our land and of every fruit tree to the house of the Lord year by year. And we will bring the firstborn of our sons and our livestock, as it is written in the law, and will bring the firstborn of our herds and flocks to the house of our God, to the priests who minister in the house of our God. Moreover, we will bring to the priests at the storerooms of the house of our God the firstfruits of our dough, of our grain offerings, of the fruit of all our trees, and of our new wine and oil. 1/10 of our produce belongs to the Levites, so that they shall receive tithes in all the towns where we labor. A priest of Aaron's line is to accompany the Levites when they collect the 10th, and the Levites are to bring 1/10 of these tithes to the storerooms of the treasury in the house of our God. For the Israelites and the Levites are to bring the contributions of grain,
How am I supposed to
new
get this
wine,
thing in
and
here?
oil to the storerooms where the articles of the
I'm
sanctuary
going.
are kept.
I
And where
am
the
now
ministering
dedicated.
priests, the gatekeepers, and the singers
Get this
stay.
in here.
Thus, we will not neglect the house of our God. Now the leaders of the people settled in Jerusalem, and the rest of the people cast lots to bring 1 out of 10 to live in the holy city of Jerusalem, while the remaining 9 were to dwell in their own towns. And the people blessed all the men who volunteered to live in Jerusalem. These are the heads of the provinces who settled in Jerusalem. In the villages of Judah, however, each
Oh, I'm
lived
just so
on his
green.
own property in their towns.
No, oh, so
The
close.
Israelites,
I can
priests,
feel it.
Levites, temple
Feel
servants,
it.
and descendants of Solomon's servants. while some of the descendants of Judah and Benjamin settled in Jerusalem. From the descendants of Judah, Athiah, son of Uzziah, the son of Zechariah, the son of Amariah,
Yeah, boy.
the son of Shephatiah, the son
Oh,
of
yeah,
Ahijah,
boy.
a descendant of Perez, and Maaseiah,
It's sloppy,
son of Beirut,
but it's in
the
there.
son of Calhoza, the son of
It's sloppy,
Hosea,
but it's in
the
there.
son of Adiah,
I'm happy
the son of Joiarib, the son of
with
Zechariah, a descendant
the
of Sheba.
money.
The
Any
descendants
penalties?
of Perez,
No penalties.
who settled in Jerusalem,
Excellent.
totaled 468
Nearly
men
level
of valor.
162.
From the descendants of Benjamin,
Excellente.
Sallu, son of Meshullam, the son of Joed, the son of Pedaiah, the son of Koliah, the son of Maaseiah, the son of Ithael, the son of Jeshiah, and his followers Gabbai and Salai, 928 men. Joel, son of Zichri, was the officer over them, and Judah, son of Hasanua, was over the second district of the city. From the priests, Jediah, son of Joiarib, Jachin, Sariah, son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Meraioth, the son of Ahitub, the chief official of the house of God, and their associates who did the work at the temple, 822 men.
Not sure if I've done a job to Austria
Adaiah, son of
yet.
Jeroham, the son of Pelaliah, the son of Amzai, the son of
Let's
Zechariah,
go pick this
the son
job
of
up.
Asher, the son of Malchijah,
And coffee.
and his associates, the leaders of families, 242 men. Amishai, son of Azarel, the son of Azai, the son of Meshillemoth, the son of Immer, and his associates, 128 mighty men of valor. Zabdiel, son of Haggedolim, was their overseer. From the Levites,
But everyone is
Shemaiah,
leaving.
son of Hashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Bunai. Shabbathai and Jozabad, two leaders of the Levites who supervised the work outside the house of God. Mattaniah, son of Micah, the son of Zabdi, the son of Asaph, who led in thanksgiving and prayer. Bakbukiah, second among his associates, and Abda, son of Shemuah, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun. The Levites in the holy city totaled 284, and the gatekeepers, Akub, Talmon, and their associates, who kept watch at the gates, 172 men.
The third exit.
The rest of the Israelites, with the priests and Levites,
Cheat.
were in all the villages
Don't
of
do
Judah,
this at home. It's very
each on
dangerous.
his own
And
inheritance.
stupid thing to
The
do.
temple servants lived on the hill of Ophel, with Zihah and Gishpa over them.
Turn right.
Now the overseer of the Levites in Jerusalem was Uzzi, son of Bani, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Mattaniah,
Why, hello
the
there.
son of
Happy
Micah.
trucking. God bless all.
He was one of Asaph's descendants, who were the singers in charge of the service of the house of God. For there was a command from the king concerning the singers, an ordinance regulating their daily activities. Pethahiah, son of Meshezabel, a descendant of Zerah, son of Judah, was the king's agent in every matter concerning the people. As for the villages with their fields, some of the people of Judah lived in Kiriath Arba, Dibon, Jekabziel, and their villages, in Jeshua, Moleda, and Beth Pelet, in Hazar Shual, in Beersheba and its villages, in Ziklag, in Mekona and its villages, in Enrimmon, Zorah, Jarmuth, Zanoah, Adullam, and their villages, in Lachish and its fields, and in Azekah and its villages. So they settled from Beersheba all the way to the valley of Hinnom. The descendants of Benjamin from Geba lived in Michmash, Aijah, and Bethel with its villages, in Anathoth, Nob, Hananiah, Hazor, Ramah, Gittaim, Hadad, Zeboim, Nebalat, Lod, and Ono, and in the valley of the craftsmen. And some divisions of the Levites of Judah settled in Benjamin. Now these are the priests and Levites who went up with Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, and with Jeshua, Sariah, Jeremiah, Ezra,
I didn't even hear what that
Amariah,
guy said.
Malach, Hattush, Shechaniah, Rehum, Meremoth, Iddo, Ginnethon, Abijah,
Have a nice strip.
Benjamin, Maadiah, Bilgah, Shemaiah, Joiarib,
I need to
Jediah,
repair my
Sallu,
busted truck.
Amok, Hilkiah, and Jediah. These were the leaders of the priests and their associates in the days of Jeshua. The Levites were Jeshua, Binnui, Kadmiel, Sherebiah, Judah, and Mattaniah, who, with his associates, led the songs of thanksgiving. Bakbukiah and Unai, their associates, stood across from them in the services. Jeshua was the father of Joiakim. Joiakim was the father of Eliashib. Eliashib was the father of Joiada. Joiada was the father of Jonathan, and Jonathan was the father of Jaddua. In the days of Joiakim, these were the heads of the priestly families. Of the family of Sariah, Meriah. Of Jeremiah, Hananiah. Of Ezra, Meshullam. Of Amariah, Jehohanan. Of Mallukai, Jonathan. Of Shebaniah, Joseph. Of Harim, Adnah. Of Meraioth, Helkai.
Well, you know
Of
what? I do
Iddo,
need to be right
Zechariah.
back.
Of Ginnethon,
Because coffee,
Meshullam.
right?
Of Abijah, Zikri. Of Menaiamin and of Moadiah,
I'll
Hiltai.
be right back.
Of Bilgah, Shemua. Of Shemaiah, Jonathan. Of Joiarib, Mattanai. Of Jediah, Uzai. Of Salai, Kalai. Of Amok, Eber. Of Hilkiah, Hashabiah. And of Jediah, Nethanel. In the days of Eliashib, Joiada, Johanan, and Jaddua, during the reign of Darius the Persian, the heads of the families of the Levites and priests were recorded. As for the descendants of Levi, the family heads up to the days of Johanan, son of Eliashib, were recorded in the book of the Chronicles. The leaders of the Levites were Hashabiah, Sherebiah, and Jeshua, son of Kadmiel, along with their associates, who stood across from them to give praise and thanksgiving as one section alternated with the other, as prescribed by David the man of God. Mattaniah, Bakbukiah, Obadiah, Meshullam, Talmon, and Akub were gatekeepers who guarded the storerooms at the gates. They served in the days of Joiakim, son of Jeshua, the son of Jozadak, and in the days of Nehemiah the governor, and Ezra the priest and scribe. At the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, the Levites were sought out from all their homes and brought to Jerusalem to celebrate the joyous dedication with thanksgiving and singing, accompanied by cymbals, harps, and lyres. The singers were also assembled from the region around Jerusalem, from the villages of the Netophathites, from Beth Gilgal, and from the fields of Geba and Asmaveth, for they had built villages for themselves around Jerusalem. After the priests and Levites had purified themselves, they purified the people, the gates, and the wall. Then I brought the leaders of Judah up on the wall, and I appointed 2 great thanksgiving choirs. One was to proceed along the top of the wall to the right toward the dung gate. Hoshea and half the leaders of Judah followed, along with Azariah, Ezra, Meshullam, Judah, Benjamin, Shemaiah, Jeremiah, and some of the priests with trumpets, and also Zechariah, son of Jonathan, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micaiah, the son of Zachar, the son of Asaph, and his associates, Shemaiah, Azarel, Milalai, Gilalai, Mai, Nethanel, Judah, and Hanani, with the musical instruments prescribed by David, the man of God. Ezra the scribe led the procession. At the fountain gate, they climbed the steps of the city of David on the ascent to the wall, and passed above the house of David to the water gate on the east. The second thanksgiving choir proceeded to the left, and I followed it with half the people along the top of the wall, past the tower of the ovens to the broad wall, over the gate of Ephraim, the Jeshanah gate, the fish gate, the tower of Hananel, and the Tower of the 100, as far as the Sheep Gate, and they stopped at the Gate of the Guard. The 2 thanksgiving choirs then stood in the house of God, as did I, along with the half of the officials accompanying me, as well as the priests with their trumpets, Eliakim, Maaseiah, Meniamin, Micaiah, Elionai, Zechariah, and Hananiah, and also Maaseiah, Shemaiah, Eleazar, Uzzi, Jehohanan, Malchijah, Elam, and Ezer. Then the choirs sang out under the direction of Jezrahiah. On that day they offered great sacrifices, rejoicing because God had given them great joy. The women and children also rejoiced, so that the joy of Jerusalem was heard from afar. And on that same day men were appointed over the rooms that housed the supplies, contributions, first fruits, and tithes. The portions specified by the law for the priests and Levites were gathered into these storerooms from the fields of the villages, because Judah rejoiced over the priests and Levites who were serving. They performed the service of their God and the service of purification, along with the singers and gatekeepers, as David and his son Solomon had prescribed. For long ago, in the days of David and Asaph, there were directors for the singers and for the songs of praise and thanksgiving to God. So, in the days of Zerubbabel and Nehemiah, all Israel contributed the daily portions for the singers and gatekeepers. They also set aside daily portions for the Levites, and the Levites set aside daily portions for the descendants of Aaron. At that time, the book of Moses was read aloud in the hearing of the people, and in it they found the passage stating that no Ammonite or Moabite should ever enter the assembly of God, because they had not met the Israelites with food and water, but had hired Balaam to call down a curse against them, although our God had turned the curse into a blessing. As soon as the people heard this law, they excluded from Israel all of foreign descent. Now before this, Eliashib the priest, a relative of Tobiah, had been put in charge of the storerooms of the house of our God, and had prepared for Tobiah a large room, where they had previously stored the grain offerings, the frankincense, the temple articles, and the tithes of grain, new wine, and oil prescribed for the Levites, singers, and gatekeepers, along with the contributions for the priests. While all this was happening, I was not in Jerusalem, because I had returned to Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, in the 32nd year of his reign. Sometime later, I obtained leave from the king to return to Jerusalem. Then I discovered the evil that Eliashib had done on behalf of Tobiah by providing him a room in the courts of the house of God. And I was greatly displeased and threw all of Tobiah's household goods out of the room. Then I ordered that the rooms be purified, and I had the articles of the house of God restored to them, along with the grain offerings and frankincense. I also learned that because the portions for the Levites had not been given to them, all the Levites and singers responsible for performing the service had gone back to their own fields. So I rebuked the officials and asked, "Why has the house of God been neglected?" Then I gathered the Levites and singers together and stationed them at their posts. And all Judah brought a tenth of the grain, new wine, and oil into the storerooms. I appointed as treasurers over the storerooms Shelemiah the priest, Zadok the scribe, and Pedaiah of the Levites, with Hanan son of Zachar, the son of Mattaniah, to assist them, because they were considered trustworthy. They were responsible for distributing the supplies to their fellow Levites. Remember me for this, O my God, and do not blot out my deeds of loving devotion for the house of my God and for its services. In those days, I saw people in Judah treading wine presses on the Sabbath and bringing in grain and loading it on donkeys, along with wine, grapes, and figs. All kinds of goods were being brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. So I warned them against selling food on that day. Additionally, men of Tyre who lived there were importing fish and all kinds of merchandise and selling them on the Sabbath to the people of Judah in Jerusalem. Then I rebuked the nobles of Judah and asked, "What is this evil you are doing, profaning the Sabbath day? Did not your forefathers do the same things, so that our God brought all this disaster on us and on this city? And now you are rekindling his wrath against Israel by profaning the Sabbath." When the evening shadows began to fall on the gates of Jerusalem, just before the Sabbath, I ordered that the gates be shut and not opened until after the Sabbath. I posted some of my servants at the gates so that no load could enter on the Sabbath day. Once or twice, the merchants and those who sell all kinds of goods camped outside Jerusalem. But I warned them, "Why are you camping in front of the wall? If you do it again, I will lay hands on you." From that time on, they did not return on the Sabbath. Then I instructed the Levites to purify themselves and guard the gates in order to keep the Sabbath day holy. Remember me for this as well, O my God, and show me mercy according to your abundant loving devotion. In those days, I also saw Jews who had married women from Ashdod, Ammon, and Moab. Half of their children spoke the language of Ashdod or of the other peoples, but could not speak the language of Judah. I rebuked them and called down curses on them. I beat some of these men and pulled out their hair. Then I made them take an oath before God and said, "You must not give your daughters in marriage to their sons, or take their daughters as wives for your sons or for yourselves." Did not King Solomon of Israel sin in matters like this? There was not a king like him among many nations, and he was loved by his God, who made him king over all Israel. Yet foreign women drew him into sin. Must we now hear that you too are doing all this terrible evil and acting unfaithfully against our God by marrying foreign women? Even one of the sons of Jehoiada, son of Eliashib the high priest, had become a son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite. Therefore I drove him away from me. Remember them, O my God, because they have defiled the priesthood and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. Thus I purified the priests and Levites from everything foreign, and I assigned specific duties to each of the priests and Levites. I also arranged for contributions of wood at the appointed times, and for the first fruits. Remember me, O my God, with favor. This is what happened in the days of Xerxes, who reigned over 127 provinces from India to Cush. In those days, King Xerxes sat on his royal throne in the citadel of Susa. In the 3rd year of his reign, Xerxes held a feast for all his officials and servants. The military leaders of Persia and Media were there, along with the nobles and princes of the provinces. And for a full 180 days he displayed the glorious riches of his kingdom and the magnificent splendor of his greatness. At the end of this time, in the garden court of the royal palace, the king held a 7-day feast for all the people in the citadel of Susa, from the least to the greatest. Hangings of white and blue linen were fastened with cords of fine white and purple material to silver rings on the marble pillars. Gold and silver couches were arranged on a mosaic pavement of porphyry, marble, mother of pearl, and other costly stones. Beverages were served in an array of goblets of gold, each with a different design, and the royal wine flowed freely according to the king's bounty. By order of the king, no limit was placed on the drinking, and every official of his household was to serve each man whatever he desired. Queen Vashti also gave a banquet for the women in the royal palace of King Xerxes. On the seventh day, when the king's heart was merry with wine, he ordered the 7 eunuchs who served him, Mehuman, Biztha, Harbona, Bigtha, Abagtha, Zethar, and Carcass, to bring Queen Vashti before him, wearing her royal crown, to display her beauty to the people and officials, for she was beautiful to behold. Queen Vashti, however, refused to come at the king's command, brought by his eunuchs. And the king became furious, and his anger burned within him. Then the king consulted the wise men who knew the times, for it was customary for him to confer with the experts in law and justice. His closest advisers were Karshina, Shethar, Admatha, Tarshish, Mires, Marcina, and Memucan, the 7 princes of Persia and Media, who had personal access to the king and ranked highest in the kingdom. According to law, he asked, what should be done with Queen Vashti, since she refused to obey the command of King Xerxes delivered by the eunuchs? And in the presence of the king and his princes, Memucan replied, Queen Vashti has wronged not only the king, but all the princes and the peoples in all the provinces of King Xerxes. For the conduct of the queen will become known to all women, causing them to despise their husbands, and say, King Xerxes ordered Queen Vashti to be brought before him, but she did not come. This very day, the noble women of Persia and Media, who have heard about the queen's conduct, will say the same thing to all the king's officials, resulting in much contempt and wrath. So if it pleases the king, let him issue a royal decree, and let it be recorded in the laws of Persia and Media, so that it cannot be repealed, that Vashti shall never again enter the presence of King Xerxes, and that her royal position shall be given to a woman better than she. The edict the king issues will be heard throughout his vast kingdom, and so all women, from the least to the greatest, will honor their husbands. The king and his princes were pleased with this counsel, so the king did as Memucan had advised. He sent letters to all the provinces of the kingdom, to each province in its own script, and to each people in their own language, proclaiming that every man should be master of his own household. Sometime later, when the anger of King Xerxes had subsided, he remembered Vashti and what she had done, and what had been decreed against her. Then the king's attendants proposed, let a search be made for beautiful young virgins for the king, and let the king appoint commissioners in each province of his kingdom to assemble all the beautiful young women into the harem at the citadel of Susa. Let them be placed under the care of Hegai, the king's eunuch in charge of the women, and let them be given beauty treatments. Then let the young woman who pleases the king become queen in place of Vashti. This suggestion pleased the king, and he acted accordingly. Now there was at the citadel of Susa a Jewish man from the tribe of Benjamin named Mordecai, son of Jair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish. He had been carried into exile from Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, among those taken captive with Jeconiah, king of Judah. And Mordecai had brought up Hadassah, that is, Esther, the daughter of his uncle, because she did not have a father or mother. The young woman was lovely in form and appearance, and when her father and mother had died, Mordecai had taken her in as his own daughter. When the king's command and edict had been proclaimed, many young women gathered at the citadel of Susa under the care of Hegai. Esther was also taken to the palace and placed under the care of Hegai, the custodian of the women. And the young woman pleased him and obtained his favor. So he quickly provided her with beauty treatments and the special diet. He assigned to her 7 select maidservants from the palace and transferred her with them to the best place in the harem. Esther did not reveal her people or her lineage, because Mordecai had instructed her not to do so. And every day, Mordecai would walk back and forth in front of the court of the harem to learn about Esther's welfare and what was happening to her. In the 12 months before her turn to go to King Xerxes, the harem regulation required each young woman to receive beauty treatments with oil of myrrh for 6 months, and then with perfumes and cosmetics for another 6 months. When the young woman would go to the king, she was given whatever she requested to take with her from the harem to the king's palace. She would go there in the evening, and in the morning she would return to a second harem under the care of Sheashgaz, the king's eunuch in charge of the concubines. She would not return to the king unless he delighted in her and summoned her by name. Now Esther was the daughter of Abihail, the uncle from whom Mordecai had adopted her as his own daughter. And when it was her turn to go to the king, she did not ask for anything except what Hegai, the king's trusted official in charge of the harem, had advised. And Esther found favor in the eyes of everyone who saw her. She was taken to King Xerxes in the royal palace in the 10th month, the month of Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. And the king loved Esther more than all the other women, and she found grace and favor in his sight more than all of the other virgins. So he placed the royal crown upon her head and made her queen in place of Vashti. Then the king held a great banquet, Esther's banquet, for all his officials and servants. He proclaimed a tax holiday in the provinces and gave gifts worthy of the king's bounty. When the virgins were assembled a second time, Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate. Esther still had not revealed her lineage or her people, just as Mordecai had instructed. She obeyed Mordecai's command as she had done under his care. In those days, while Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate, Bigthan and Teresh, 2 of the king's eunuchs who guarded the entrance, grew angry and conspired to assassinate King Xerxes. When Mordecai learned of the plot, he reported it to Queen Esther, and she informed the king on Mordecai's behalf. After the report had been investigated and verified, both officials were hanged on the gallows. And all this was recorded in the book of the Chronicles in the presence of the king. After these events, King Xerxes honored Haman, son of Hammedatha the Agagite, elevating him to a position above all the princes who were with him. All the royal servants at the king's gate bowed down and paid homage to Haman, because the king had commanded that this be done for him. But Mordecai would not bow down or pay homage. Then the royal servants at the king's gate asked Mordecai, "Why do you disobey the command of the king?" Day after day they warned him, but he would not comply. So they reported it to Haman to see whether Mordecai's behavior would be tolerated, since he had told them he was a Jew. When Haman saw that Mordecai would not bow down or pay him homage, he was filled with rage. And when he learned the identity of Mordecai's people, he scorned the notion of laying hands on Mordecai alone. Instead, he sought to destroy all of Mordecai's people, the Jews, throughout the kingdom of Xerxes. In the 12th year of King Xerxes, in the first month, the month of Nisan, the pur, that is, the lot, was cast before Haman to determine a day and month. And the lot fell on the 12th month, the month of Adar. Then Haman informed King Xerxes, There is a certain people scattered and dispersed among the peoples of every province of your kingdom. Their laws are different from everyone else's, and they do not obey the king's laws. So it is not in the king's best interest to tolerate them. If it pleases the king, let a decree be issued to destroy them, and I will deposit 10,000 talents of silver into the royal treasury to pay those who carry it out." So the king removed the signet ring from his finger and gave it to Haman, son of Hammedatha the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews. "Keep your money," said the king to Haman. "These people are given to you to do with them as you please." On the 13th day of the first month, the royal scribes were summoned, and the order was written exactly as Haman commanded the royal satraps, the governors of each province, and the officials of each people, in the script of each province and the language of every people. It was written in the name of King Xerxes and sealed with the royal signet ring. And the letters were sent by couriers to each of the royal provinces, with the order to destroy, kill, and annihilate all the Jews, young and old, women and children, and to plunder their possessions on a single day, the 13th day of Adar, the 12th month. A copy of the text of the edict was to be issued in every province and published to all the people, so that they would be ready on that day. The couriers left, spurred on by the king's command, and the edict was issued in the citadel of Susa. Then the king and Haman sat down to drink, but the city of Susa was in confusion. When Mordecai learned of all that had happened, he tore his clothes, put on sackcloth and ashes, and went out into the middle of the city, wailing loudly and bitterly. But he went only as far as the king's gate, because the law prohibited anyone wearing sackcloth from entering that gate. In every province to which the king's command and edict came, there was great mourning among the Jews. They fasted, wept, and lamented, and many lay in sackcloth and ashes. When Esther's maidens and eunuchs came and told her about Mordecai, the queen was overcome with distress. She sent clothes for Mordecai to wear instead of his sackcloth, but he would not accept them. Then Esther summoned Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs appointed to her, and she dispatched him to Mordecai to learn what was troubling him and why. So Hathach went out to Mordecai in the city square in front of the king's gate. And Mordecai told him all that had happened to him, including the exact amount of money that Haman had promised to pay into the royal treasury in order to destroy the Jews. Mordecai also gave Hathach a copy of the written decree issued in Susa for the destruction of the Jews to show and explain to Esther, urging her to approach the king, implore his favor, and plead before him for her people. So Hathach went back and relayed Mordecai's response to Esther. Then Esther spoke to Hathach and instructed him to tell Mordecai, "All the royal officials and the people of the king's provinces know that one law applies to every man or woman who approaches the king in the inner court without being summoned, that he be put to death. Only if the king extends the gold scepter may that person live. But I have not been summoned to appear before the king for the past 30 days." When Esther's words were relayed to Mordecai, he sent back to her this reply: "Do not imagine that because you are in the king's palace, you alone will escape the fate of all the Jews. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance for the Jews will arise from another place, but you and your father's house will perish. And who knows if perhaps you have come to the kingdom for such a time as this." Then Esther sent this reply to Mordecai: "Go and assemble all the Jews who can be found in Susa, and fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day, and I and my maidens will fast as you do. After that I will go to the king, even though it is against the law. And if I perish, I perish." So Mordecai went and did all that Esther had instructed him. On the 3rd day, Esther put on her royal attire and stood in the inner court of the palace across from the king's quarters. The king was sitting on his royal throne in the royal courtroom facing the entrance. As soon as the king saw Queen Esther standing in the court, she found favor in his sight. The king extended the gold scepter in his hand toward Esther, and she approached and touched the tip of the scepter. "What is it, Queen Esther?" the king inquired. "What is your request? Even up to half the kingdom, it will be given to you." "If it pleases the king," Esther replied, "may the king and Haman come today to the banquet I have prepared for the king." "Hurry," commanded the king, "and bring Haman, so we can do as Esther has requested." So the king and Haman went to the banquet that Esther had prepared. And as they drank their wine, the king said to Esther, "What is your petition? It will be given to you. What is your request? Even up to half the kingdom, it will be fulfilled." Esther replied, "This is my petition and my request. If I have found favor in the sight of the king, and if it pleases the king to grant my petition and fulfill my request, may the king and Haman come tomorrow to the banquet I will prepare for them. Then I will answer the king's question." That day Haman went out full of joy and glad of heart. At the king's gate, however, he saw Mordecai, who did not rise or tremble in fear at his presence. And Haman was filled with rage toward Mordecai. Nevertheless, Haman restrained himself and went home. And calling for his friends and his wife Zeresh, Haman recounted to them his glorious wealth, his many sons, and all the ways the king had honored and promoted him over the other officials and servants. "What is more," Haman added, "Queen Esther invited no one but me to join the king at the banquet she prepared, and I am invited back tomorrow along with the king. Yet none of this satisfies me as long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting at the king's gate." His wife Zeresh and all his friends told him, "Have them build a gallows 50 cubits high, and ask the king in the morning to have Mordecai hanged on it. Then go to the banquet with the king and enjoy yourself." The advice pleased Haman, and he had the gallows constructed. That night sleep escaped the king, so he ordered the book of records, the Chronicles, to be brought in and read to him. And there it was found recorded that Mordecai had exposed Bigthana and Teresh, 2 of the eunuchs who guarded the king's entrance, when they had conspired to assassinate King Xerxes. The king inquired, "What honor or dignity has been bestowed on Mordecai for this act?" "Nothing has been done for him," replied the king's attendants. "Who is in the court?" the king asked. Now Haman had just entered the outer court of the palace to ask the king to hang Mordecai on the gallows he had prepared for him. So the king's attendants answered him, "Haman is there, standing in the court." "Bring him in," ordered the king. Haman entered, and the king asked him, "What should be done for the man whom the king is delighted to honor?" Now Haman thought to himself, "Whom would the king be delighted to honor more than me?" And Haman told the king, "For the man whom the king is delighted to honor, have them bring a royal robe that the king himself has worn, and a horse on which the king himself has ridden, one with a royal crest placed on its head. Let the robe and the horse be entrusted to one of the king's most noble princes. Let them array the man the king wants to honor and parade him on the horse through the city square, proclaiming before him, This is what is done for the man whom the king is delighted to honor. Hurry, said the king to Haman, and do just as you proposed. Take the robe and the horse to Mordecai the Jew, who is sitting at the king's gate. Do not neglect anything that you have suggested. So Haman took the robe and the horse, arrayed Mordecai, and paraded him through the city square, crying out before him, "This is what is done for the man whom the king is delighted to honor." Then Mordecai returned to the king's gate, but Haman rushed home with his head covered in grief. Haman told his wife Zeresh and all his friends everything that had happened. His advisers and his wife Zeresh said to him, "Since Mordecai, before whom your downfall has begun, is Jewish, you will not prevail against him, for surely you will fall before him." While they were still speaking with Haman, the king's eunuchs arrived and rushed him to the banquet that Esther had prepared. So the king and Haman went to dine with Esther the queen, and as they drank their wine on that second day, the king asked once more, "Queen Esther, what is your petition? It will be given to you. What is your request? Even up to half the kingdom, it will be fulfilled." Queen Esther replied, "If I have found favor in your sight, O king, and if it pleases the king, grant me my life as my petition, and the lives of my people as my request. For my people and I have been sold out to destruction, death, and annihilation. If we had merely been sold as men servants and maid servants, I would have remained silent, because no such distress would justify burdening the king." Then King Xerxes spoke up and asked Queen Esther, "Who is this, and where is the one who would devise such a scheme?" Esther replied, "The adversary and enemy is this wicked man Haman." And Haman stood in terror before the king and queen. In his fury, the king arose from drinking his wine and went to the palace garden, while Haman stayed behind to beg Queen Esther for his life, for he realized that the king was planning a terrible fate for him. Just as the king returned from the palace garden to the banquet hall, Haman was falling on the couch where Esther was reclining. The king exclaimed, "Would he actually assault the queen while I am in the palace?" As soon as the words had left the king's mouth, they covered Haman's face. Then Harbona, one of the eunuchs attending the king, said, "There is a gallows 50 cubits high at Haman's house. He had it built for Mordecai, who gave the report that saved the king." "Hang him on it," declared the king. So they hanged Haman on the gallows he had prepared for Mordecai. Then the fury of the king subsided. That same day, King Xerxes awarded Queen Esther the estate of Haman, the enemy of the Jews. And Mordecai entered the king's presence because Esther had revealed his relation to her. The king removed the signet ring he had recovered from Haman and presented it to Mordecai. And Esther appointed Mordecai over the estate of Haman. And once again, Esther addressed the king. She fell at his feet, weeping, and begged him to revoke the evil scheme of Haman the Agagite, which he had devised against the Jews. The king extended the gold scepter toward Esther, and she arose and stood before the king. "If it pleases the king," she said, "and if I have found favor in his sight, and the matter seems proper to the king, and I am pleasing in his sight, may an order be written to revoke the letters that the scheming Haman, son of Hammedatha the Agagite, wrote to destroy the Jews in all the king's provinces. For how could I bear to see the disaster that would befall my people? How could I bear to see the destruction of my kindred?" So King Xerxes said to Esther the queen and Mordecai the Jew, "Behold, I have given Haman's estate to Esther, and he was hanged on the gallows because he attacked the Jews. Now you may write in the king's name as you please regarding the Jews, and seal it with the royal signet ring. For a decree that is written in the name of the king and sealed with the royal signet ring cannot be revoked. At once the royal scribes were summoned, and on the 23rd day of the 3rd month, the month of Sivan, they recorded all of Mordecai's orders to the Jews and to the satraps, governors, and princes of the 127 provinces from India to Cush, writing to each province in its own script, to every people in their own language, and to the Jews in their own script and language. Mordecai wrote in the name of King Xerxes and sealed it with the royal signet ring. He sent the documents by mounted couriers riding on swift horses bred from the royal mares. By these letters, the king permitted the Jews in each and every city the right to assemble and defend themselves, to destroy, kill, and annihilate all the forces of any people or province hostile to them, including women and children, and to plunder their possessions. The single day appointed throughout all the provinces of King Xerxes was the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar. A copy of the text of the edict was to be issued in every province and published to all the people, so that the Jews would be ready on that day to avenge themselves on their enemies. The couriers rode out in haste on their royal horses, pressed on by the command of the king, and the edict was also issued in the citadel of Susa. Mordecai went out from the presence of the king in royal garments of blue and white, with a large gold crown and a purple robe of fine linen. And the city of Susa shouted and rejoiced. For the Jews, it was a time of light and gladness, of joy and honor. In every province and every city, wherever the king's edict and decree reached, there was joy and gladness among the Jews, with feasting and celebrating. And many of the people of the land themselves became Jews, because the fear of the Jews had fallen upon them. On the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, the king's command and edict were to be executed. On this day, the enemies of the Jews had hoped to overpower them, but their plan was overturned, and the Jews overpowered those who hated them. In each of the provinces of King Xerxes, the Jews assembled in their cities to attack those who sought to harm them. No man could withstand them, because the fear of them had fallen upon all peoples. And all the officials of the provinces, the satraps, the governors, and the king's administrators helped the Jews, because the fear of Mordecai had fallen upon them. For Mordecai exercised great power in the palace, and his fame spread throughout the provinces as he became more and more powerful. The Jews put all their enemies to the sword, killing and destroying them, and they did as they pleased to those who hated them. In the citadel of Susa, the Jews killed and destroyed 500 men, including Parshandatha, Dalphon, Aspatha, Horatha, Adalia, Aridatha, Parmashta, Arisai, Aridai, and Vizatha. They killed these 10 sons of Haman, son of Hamadatha, the enemy of the Jews, but they did not lay a hand on the plunder.
Inbound boss.
On that day, the number of those killed in the citadel of Susa was reported to the king, who said to Queen Esther, "In the citadel of Susa, the Jews have killed and destroyed 500 men, including Haman's 10 sons. What have they done in the rest of the royal provinces? Now what is your petition? It will be given to you. And what further do you request? It will be fulfilled." Esther replied, "If it pleases the king, may the Jews in Susa also have tomorrow to carry out today's edict, and may the bodies of Haman's 10 sons be hanged on the gallows." So the king commanded that this be done. An edict was issued in Susa, and they hanged the 10 sons of Haman. On the 14th day of the month of Adar, the Jews in Susa came together again and put to death 300 men there, but they did not lay a hand on the plunder. The rest of the Jews in the royal provinces also assembled to defend themselves and rid themselves of their enemies. They killed 75,000 who hated them, but they did not lay a hand on the plunder. This was done on the 13th day of the month of Adar, and on the 14th day they rested, making it a day of feasting and joy. The Jews in Susa, however, had assembled on the 13th and the 14th days of the month. So they rested on the 15th day, making it a day of feasting and joy. This is why the rural Jews who live in the villages observe the 14th day of the month of Adar as a day of joy and feasting. It is a holiday for sending gifts to one another. Mordecai recorded these events and sent letters to all the Jews in all the provinces of King Xerxes, both near and far, to establish among them an annual celebration on the 14th and 15th days of the month of Adar, as the days on which the Jews gained rest from their enemies, and the month in which their sorrow turned to joy, and their mourning into a holiday. He wrote that these were to be days of feasting and joy, of sending gifts to one another and to the poor. So the Jews agreed to continue the custom they had started, as Mordecai had written to them. For Haman, son of Hammedatha the Agagite, the enemy of all the Jews, had plotted against the Jews to destroy them, and had cast the poor, that is, the lot, to crush and destroy them. But when it came before the king, he commanded by letter that the wicked scheme which Haman had devised against the Jews should come back upon his own head, and that he and his sons should be hanged on the gallows. Therefore these days are called Purim, from the word pur. Because of all the instructions in this letter, and because of all they had seen and experienced, the Jews bound themselves to establish the custom that they and their descendants and all who join them should not fail to celebrate these 2 days at the appointed time each and every year, according to their regulation. These days should be remembered and celebrated by every generation, family, province, and city, so that these days of Purim should not fail to be observed among the Jews, nor should the memory of them fade from their descendants. So Queen Esther, daughter of Abihail, along with Mordecai the Jew, wrote with full authority to confirm this second letter concerning Purim. And Mordecai sent letters with words of peace and truth to all the Jews in the 127 provinces of the kingdom of Xerxes, in order to confirm these days of Purim at their appointed time, just as Mordecai the Jew and Queen Esther had established them, and had committed themselves and their descendants to the times of fasting and lamentation. So Esther's decree confirmed these regulations about Purim, which were written into the record. Now King Xerxes imposed tribute throughout the land, even to its farthest shores. And all of Mordecai's powerful and magnificent accomplishments, together with the full account of the greatness to which the king had raised him, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Media and Persia? For Mordecai the Jew was second only to King Xerxes, preeminent among the Jews and highly favored by his many kinsmen, seeking the good of his people and speaking peace to all his countrymen.
Right. Who knows what we are looking like right now? Nehemiah crashed. Proverbs.
For gaining, these are the Proverbs of Solomon, son of David, king of Israel.
Right.
For gaining wisdom
We
and
are back.
discipline, for comprehending words
What's
of
left of us
insight,
is back.
and for receiving instruction in
Oh, it's very high
wise
in
living
Brazil.
and in righteousness,
Right.
justice,
Let's
and
get
equity,
moving.
to impart prudence to the simple and knowledge and discretion to the
Should
young.
be able
Let
to.
the wise listen and gain instruction, and the discerning acquire wise counsel
Seriously?
by understanding the proverbs
Caravan.
and parables, the sayings and riddles
We've got a
of the
bus,
wise.
but that's the electric bus, isn't it?
The fear of the Lord
only got
is
one
the
gear.
beginning of knowledge, but fools
Kilowatts.
despise wisdom and discipline.
I want a bus with gears.
Listen, my son, to your father's instruction, and do not forsake the teaching of your mother. For they are a garland of grace on your head, and a pendant around your neck. My son,
Oh, it's
if
dusty.
sinners entice you, do not yield to them. If they say, "Come along, let us lie in wait for blood. Let us ambush the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them alive like Sheol, and whole like those descending into the pit. We will find all manner of precious goods. We will fill our houses with plunder. Throw in your lot with us. Let us all share one purse. My son, do not walk the road with them, or set foot upon their path. For their feet run to evil, and they are swift to shed blood. How futile it is to spread the net where any bird can see it. But they lie in wait for their own blood. They ambush their own lives. Such is the fate of all who are greedy, whose unjust gain takes the lives of its possessors.
Turn right.
Wisdom calls out in the street. She lifts her voice in the square. In the main concourse, she cries aloud.
Turn left.
At the city gates, she makes her speech. How long, O simple ones, will you love your simple ways?
Turn left.
How long will scoffers delight in their scorn, and fools hate knowledge? If you had repented at my rebuke, then surely I would have poured out my spirit on you. I would have made my words known to you. Because you refused my call, and no one took my outstretched hand, because you neglected all my counsel and wanted none of my correction, in turn I will mock your calamity. I will sneer when terror strikes you, when your dread comes like a storm, and your destruction like a whirlwind, when distress and anguish overwhelm you. Then they will call on me, but I will not answer. They will earnestly seek me, but will not find me. For they hated knowledge, and chose not to fear the Lord. They accepted none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof. So they will eat the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices. For the waywardness of the simple will slay them, and the complacency of fools will destroy them. But whoever listens to me will dwell in safety, secure from the fear of evil. My son, if you accept my words and hide my commandments within you, if you incline your ear to wisdom and direct your heart to understanding, if you truly call out to insight and lift your voice to understanding, if you seek it like silver and search it out like hidden treasure, then you will discern the fear of the Lord and discover the knowledge of God. For the Lord gives wisdom. From his mouth come knowledge and understanding. He stores up sound wisdom for the upright. He is a shield to those who walk with integrity, to guard the paths of justice and protect the way of his saints. Then you will discern righteousness and justice and equity, every good path. For wisdom will enter your heart, and knowledge will delight your soul. Discretion will watch over you, and understanding will guard you, to deliver you from the way of evil, from the man who speaks perversity, from those who leave the straight paths to walk in the ways of darkness, from those who enjoy doing evil and rejoice in the twistedness of evil, whose paths are crooked and whose ways are devious. It will rescue you from the forbidden woman, from the stranger with seductive words who abandons the partner of her youth and forgets the covenant of her God. For her house sinks down to death, and her tracks to the departed spirits. None who go to her return or negotiate the paths of life. So you will follow in the ways of the good, and keep to the paths of the righteous. For the upright will inhabit the land, and the blameless will remain in it. But the wicked will be cut off from the land,
this is it. Oh.
and the unfaithful will be uprooted. My son, do not forget my teaching, but let your heart keep my commandments. For they will add length to your days, years, and peace to your life. Never let loving devotion or faithfulness leave you. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablet of your heart. Then you will find favor and high regard in the sight of God and man. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight. Be not wise in your own eyes.
Oops.
Fear the Lord, and turn away
We're
from
offline
evil.
because I was AFK
This
all
will
that
bring
time.
healing to your body and refreshment
Kinda
to
sucks.
your bones.
So I'll tell you what we'll do.
Honor the Lord with your wealth, and with the first fruits of all your harvest. Then your barns will be filled with plenty, and your vats will overflow with new wine. My son, do not reject the discipline of the Lord, and do not loathe his rebuke. For the Lord
Muslim
disciplines
side,
the one
we're
he
in the normal
loves,
Go Live
as does
server.
a father the son in whom he delights. Blessed is the man who finds wisdom, the man who acquires understanding. For she is more profitable than silver,
Ah,
and her gain is better than
and we've
fine
crashed.
gold. She is more precious than rubies. Nothing you desire compares with her. Long life is in her right
Which of
hand.
course is...
In her left hand are
Oh,
riches and
yes,
honor.
of course I will.
All
Publicly.
her ways are
Always
pleasant,
publicly
and all
upload.
her paths
my
are peaceful.
screenshots.
She
Naturally.
is a tree of life to those who embrace her, and those who lay hold of her are blessed. The
Hey,
Lord
gang.
founded the
Truckers
earth by
in.
wisdom, and established the heavens by understanding.
Right,
By his knowledge, the watery depths were broken
let's
open,
go into the
and
standard
the clouds dripped with dew.
populated server,
My
hopefully.
son, do not lose sight of this. Preserve sound judgment and discernment. They will be life to your soul and adornment to your neck. Then you will go on your way in safety, and your foot will not stumble. When you lie down, you will not be afraid.
What?
When you rest, your sleep will be
Swear I'm
sweet.
161.
Do not fear sudden danger or the ruin that overtakes the wicked. For the Lord will be your confidence and will keep your foot from the snare. Do not withhold good from the deserving when it is within your power to act. Do not tell your neighbor, "Come back tomorrow and I will provide," when you already have the means. Do not devise evil against your neighbor, for he trustfully dwells beside you. Do not accuse a man without cause when he has done you no harm. Do not envy a violent man or choose any of his ways, for the Lord detests the perverse, but
Let's
he is
go.
a friend to the upright. The curse of the Lord is on the house of the wicked, but he blesses the home of the righteous. He mocks the mockers, but gives grace to the humble. The wise will inherit honor, but fools are held up to shame. Listen, my sons, to a father's instruction. Pay attention and gain understanding. For I give you sound teaching. Do not abandon my directive. When I was a son to my father, tender and the only child of my mother, he taught me and said, Let your heart lay hold of my words. Keep my commands, and you will live. Get wisdom, get understanding. Do not forget my words or turn from them. Do not forsake wisdom, and she will preserve you. Love her, and she will guard you.
Rocky, my good man, God bless.
Wisdom is supreme, so acquire wisdom. And whatever you may acquire, gain understanding. Prize her, and she will exalt you. If you embrace her, she will honor you. She will set a garland of grace on your head. She will present you with a crown.
Happy trucking, my good man. God bless.
Listen, my son, and receive my words, and the years of your life will be many. I will guide you in the way of wisdom. I will lead you on straight paths. When you walk, your steps will not be impeded. When you run, you will not stumble. Hold on to instruction.
Happy trucking,
Do
my
not
good
let
man.
go.
God bless.
Guard it, for it is
Oh,
your life.
Looks like we got
Do not set foot on the path of the wicked, or walk
somebody
in the way of evildoers.
with us.
Avoid it. Do not travel on it. Turn from it and pass
Happy
on
trucking
by.
and good. God bless, my good
For
man.
they cannot sleep unless they do evil. They are deprived of slumber until they make someone fall. For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. The path of the righteous is like the first gleam of dawn, shining brighter and brighter until midday. But the way of the wicked is like
God
the
bless. Happy
darkest
trucking.
gloom. They do not know what makes them stumble. My son, pay attention to my words. Incline your ear to my sayings. Do not lose sight of them. Keep them within your heart. For they are life to those who find them, and health to the whole body. Guard
Happy
your
trucking.
heart with
God
all
bless, my good man.
diligence, for from it flow springs of life. Put away deception from your mouth. Keep your lips from perverse speech. Let your eyes look forward. Fix your gaze straight ahead. Make a level path for your feet, and all your ways will be sure. Do not swerve to the right or to the left. Turn your feet away from evil. My son, pay attention to my wisdom.
20-minute trip.
Incline your ear to my insight, that you may maintain discretion and your lips may preserve knowledge. Though the lips of the forbidden woman drip honey and her speech is smoother than oil, in the end she is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a double-edged sword. Her feet go down to death, her steps lead straight to Sheol. She does not consider the path of life. She does not know that her ways are unstable. So now, my sons, listen to me, and do not turn aside from the words of my mouth. Keep your path far from her. Do not go near the door of her house, lest you concede your vigor to others, and your years to one who is cruel. Lest strangers feast on your wealth, and
Happy
your
trucking,
rivers
my good man.
enrich
God
the
bless.
house of a foreigner. At the end of your life, you will groan when your flesh and your body are spent, and you will say, "How I hated discipline, and my heart despised reproof. I did not listen to the voice of my teachers, or incline my ear to my mentors. I am on the brink of utter ruin, in the midst of the whole assembly. Drink water from your own cistern, and running water from your own well. Why should your springs flow in the streets, your streams of water in the public squares? Let them be yours alone, never to be shared with strangers. May your fountain be blessed, and may you rejoice in the wife of your youth, a loving doe, a graceful fawn. May her breasts satisfy you always. May you be captivated by her love forever. Why be captivated, my son, by an adulteress, or embrace the bosom of a stranger? For a man's ways are before the eyes of the Lord, and the Lord examines all his paths. The iniquities of a wicked man entrap him. The cords of his sin entangle him. He dies for lack of discipline, led astray by
Happy
his
tracking, my
own
good man.
great
God
folly.
bless.
Keep left.
My son, if you have put up security for your neighbor, if you have struck hands in pledge with a stranger, if you have been trapped by the words of your lips, ensnared by the words of your mouth, then do this, my son, to free yourself. For you have fallen into your neighbor's hands. Go, humble yourself, and press your plea with your neighbor. Allow no sleep to your eyes or slumber to your eyelids. Free yourself like a gazelle from the hand of the hunter, like a bird from the snare of the fowler. Walk in the manner of the ant, O slacker. Observe its ways and become wise. Without a commander, without an overseer or ruler, it prepares its provisions in summer. It gathers its food at harvest. How long will you lie there, O slacker? When will you get up from your sleep? A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to rest, and poverty will come upon you like a robber, and need like a bandit. A worthless person, a wicked man, walks with a perverse mouth, winking his eyes, speaking with his feet, and pointing with his fingers. With deceit in his heart, he devises evil. He continually sows discord. Therefore, calamity will come upon him suddenly. In an instant, he will be shattered beyond recovery. There are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are detestable to him:
Never mind.
haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that run swiftly to evil, a false witness who gives false testimony, and one who stirs up discord among brothers. My son, keep your father's commandment, and do not forsake your mother's teaching. Bind them always upon your heart. Tie them around your neck. When you walk, they will guide you. When you lie down, they will watch over you. When you awake, they will speak to you. For this commandment is a lamp, this teaching is a light, and the
hello
reproofs
there,
of
by the
discipline
way.
are the way to life, to keep you from
Can't
the
actually
evil
read
woman,
that.
from the smooth tongue of the
bingo?
adulteress. Do not
Bingo.
lust in your heart for her beauty, or let her
No, it's not
captivate you
bingo.
with her eyes.
Game
For the
TV.
levy of the prostitute is poverty,
Dragon
and the
Game TV, I
adulteress
think.
preys upon
I
your
don't have a
very life.
background.
Can a man embrace fire
In my
and his
UI.
clothes not be burned? Can a man walk on hot coals without scorching his feet? So is he who sleeps with another man's wife.
Happy trucking, my good
No
man.
one
God
who
bless
touches
you.
her will go unpunished.
Exit right.
Men do not
Exit right.
despise the thief if he steals to satisfy his hunger.
Get ready.
Yet if caught, he must pay 7-fold. He must give up all the wealth of his house. He who commits adultery lacks judgment. Whoever does so destroys himself. Wounds and dishonor will befall him, and his reproach will never be wiped away. For jealousy enrages a husband,
Take the first exit.
and he will show no mercy in the day of vengeance. He will not be appeased by any ransom or persuaded by lavish gifts. My son, keep my words and treasure my commandments within you. Keep my commandments and live. Guard my teachings as the apple of your eye. Tie them to your fingers. Write them
Happy
on
trucking,
the
my
tablet
good man.
of your heart.
God bless.
Say to wisdom, you are my sister, and call understanding your kinsman, that they may keep you from the adulteress, from the stranger with
Hola,
seductive
¿cómo
words.
estás?
For at the window
Yo
of
no
my
hablo
house
muy
I
bueno
looked through the lattice.
el
I
español.
saw among the simple, I noticed
Mas
among the youths, a
me
young
gusta
man
mucho
lacking judgment, crossing the street near her corner, strolling
de
down the road
hablar.
to her house at twilight, as the day was fading into the dark of the night.
Turn left.
Then a woman came out to meet him, with the attire of a harlot and cunning of heart. She is loud and defiant. Her feet do not remain at home. Now in the street, now in the squares, she lurks at every corner. She seizes him and kisses him. She brazenly says to him, I have made my peace offerings. Today I have paid my vows. So I came out to meet you. I sought you and I have found you. I have decked my bed with coverings, with colored linen from Egypt. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, with aloes, and with cinnamon. Come, let us take our fill of love till morning. Let us delight in loving caresses. For my husband is not at home. He has gone on a long journey. He took with him a bag of money and will not return till the moon is full. With her great persuasion, she entices him. With her flattering lips, she lures him.
Go straight
He
on.
follows her on impulse, like an ox going to the slaughter, like a deer bounding into a trap, until an arrow pierces his liver,
Ox to the
like a
slaughter.
bird
I
darting
like that
into a
one.
snare, not knowing it will
Ox to
cost
the
him his
slaughter.
life.
Who needs
Now, my
lambs when you got
sons,
oxes?
listen to me, and attend to the words of my mouth. Do not let your heart turn aside
obviously,
to her ways.
You'll need
Do not
that
stray
one
into
man.
her paths. For she has brought
That
many
one man.
down to death. Her slain are many in number. Her house is the road to Sheol, descending to the
It's
chambers of death.
complicated.
Does not wisdom call out, and understanding raise her voice? On the heights overlooking the road, at the crossroads she takes her stand. Beside the gates to the city, at the entrances, she cries out. To you, O men, I call out, and my cry is to the sons of men. O simple ones, learn to be shrewd. O fools, gain understanding. Listen,
Happy
for
trucking,
I
my good
speak
man.
of noble
God bless.
things, and the opening of my lips will reveal right. For my mouth will speak the truth, and wickedness is detestable to my lips. All the words of my mouth are righteous, none are crooked or perverse. They are all plain to the discerning, and upright to those who find knowledge. Receive my instruction instead of silver, and knowledge rather than pure gold. For wisdom is more precious than rubies, and nothing you desire compares with her. I, wisdom,
inbound
dwell
costs.
together with
Go to the
prudence,
ads because
and I
they are
find
totally the
knowledge
best
and
part
discretion.
of my content.
To fear the Lord is to hate evil.
You don't come here
I
on
hate
Twitch
arrogant
to
pride,
watch
evil
me.
conduct,
You come here on
and
Twitch
perverse
to watch
speech.
Jeff Bezos's
Counsel
ads.
and sound judgment
They
mine.
are epic.
I have insight and strength. By
Epic.
me kings reign, and
Epic.
rulers enact just laws. By me princes rule, and all nobles who govern justly. I love those who love me, and those who seek me early shall find me. With me are riches and honor, enduring wealth and righteousness. My fruit is better than gold, pure gold, and my harvest surpasses choice silver. I walk in the way of righteousness, along the paths of justice, bestowing wealth on those who love me and making their treasuries full. The Lord created me as his first course, before his works of old. From everlasting I was established, from the beginning, before the earth began. When there were no watery depths, I was brought forth, when no springs were overflowing with water. Before the mountains were settled, before the hills, I was brought forth. Before he made the land or fields or any of the dust of the earth.
Why,
I
hello
was
there.
when he
Happy trucking, my
established
good
the
man.
heavens,
God bless.
when he inscribed a circle on the face of the deep, when he established the clouds above, when the fountains of the deep gushed forth, when he set a boundary for the sea, so that the waters would not surpass his command, when he marked out the foundations of the earth. Then I was a skilled craftsman at his side, and his delight day by day, rejoicing always in his presence. I was rejoicing in his whole world, delighting together in the sons of men. Now therefore, my sons, listen to me, for blessed are those who keep my ways. Listen to
Hold on.
instruction and be wise. Do not ignore it.
Hold
Blessed
on.
is the man who listens to me,
Oh,
watching
dear.
daily at my doors.
I've done is I've been a very, very naughty boy.
For whoever finds me finds life and obtains the favor of the Lord. But he who fails to find me harms himself. All who hate me love death. Wisdom has built her house. She has carved out her 7 pillars. She has prepared her meat and mixed her wine. She has also set her table. She has sent out her maidservants. She calls out from the heights of the city. Whoever is simple, let him turn in here, she says to him who lacks judgment. Come, eat my bread and drink the wine I have mixed. Leave your folly behind, and you will live.
No.
Walk in the way of
It doesn't even
understanding.
fit. Okay.
He who corrects a mocker
Even
brings
if I lower
shame
the
on himself.
suspension.
He who rebukes a wicked man taints himself. Do not rebuke a mocker, or he will hate you.
No, it doesn't
Rebuke a
fit.
wise man, and he will love you.
That's not good.
Instruct a wise man,
That's
and he will
not
be
good.
wiser
We're
still.
not going down this
Teach
route.
a righteous man, and he will increase his learning. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the Holy One
Fear
is
of the Lord.
understanding. For through wisdom your days will be multiplied, and years will be added to your life. If you are wise to your own advantage. But if you scoff, you alone will bear the consequences. The woman named Folly is
It's got a
loud.
red light.
She is naive and knows nothing.
Does that mean I can't go
She
through?
sits at the door of her house
Yes, it does,
on a
doesn't it?
seat in the heights of the city, calling out to those who pass by, who make their paths straight. Whoever is simple, let him turn in here, she says to him who lacks judgment. Stolen water is sweet, and bread eaten in secret is tasty. But they do not know that the dead are there, that her guests are in the depths of Sheol. The Proverbs of Solomon. A wise son brings joy to his father, but a foolish son grief to his mother. Ill-gotten treasures profit nothing, but righteousness brings deliverance from death. The Lord does not let the righteous go hungry, but he denies the craving of the wicked. Idle hands make one poor, but diligent hands bring wealth. He who gathers in summer is a wise son, but he who sleeps during harvest is a disgraceful son. Blessings are on the head of the righteous, but the mouth of the
It
wicked
was 17
conceals
minutes trip.
violence. The memory of the righteous is a blessing,
Hour in
but the
game.
name of the wicked will rot.
19 hours until
The
drop.
wise heart will receive commandments,
So we're
but
good.
foolish lips will come to ruin. He who walks in integrity walks securely, but he who perverts his ways will be found out. He who winks the eye causes grief, and foolish lips will come to ruin. The mouth of the righteous is a fountain of life, but the mouth of the wicked conceals violence. Hatred stirs up dissension, but love covers all transgressions. Wisdom is found on the lips of the discerning, but a rod is for the back of him who lacks judgment. The wise store up
Hello there.
but the
Australia,
mouth of the fool
nice.
invites destruction.
I mean,
The wealth of the
nice
rich man
to a certain
is his
extent,
fortified
as
city,
I feel sorry
but
for you
poverty
guys
is the
and your
ruin of the
internet.
poor. The
You know,
labor of
'cause,
the righteous leads to
a few
life,
bros
but the gain of the wicked
from Australia
brings
and New
punishment.
Zealand, and they don't
Whoever
have the
heeds
greatest
instruction
pings.
is on the path
I'm
to
using
life,
a
but
G27
he who
and
ignores
a
reproof
second
goes
edition
astray.
30 slot
The one who
encoder.
conceals
G27.
hatred has lying lips, and
So,
whoever spreads slander
you
is
know,
a fool.
Not the original
When words
OG
are many, sin
G27.
is unavoidable.
What's left of the
But he who restrains
cheaper
his lips is
relaunch
wise.
of it.
Exit
The
right.
tongue of the righteous
So
is choice
yeah,
silver,
I mean retro
but the
gaming,
heart of the
sim,
wicked has
sim
little
trucking,
worth.
sim racing
The lips of the righteous feed men,
on the cheap.
but fools die for lack of judgment. The
Excuse
blessing
me,
of the Lord
I just have
enriches,
to go to
and
my
he
channel
adds
and
no
tip
sorrow
that.
to it. The fool delights in shameful conduct, but a man of understanding
Epic.
has wisdom. What the
That
wicked
has to
man
go. This has
dreads
to go
will
on TikTok.
overtake him,
You see,
but the desire of the righteous will be granted. When the whirlwind passes, the wicked
what
are
am
no
I going
more,
to title this?
but the
I'm
righteous
from London,
are
United
secure
Kingdom.
forever.
I live in Rio de
Like
Janeiro,
vinegar
Brazil.
to the teeth and smoke to the eyes, so is the slacker to those who send him. The fear of the Lord prolongs life, but the years of the wicked will be cut short. The hope of the righteous is joy, but the expectations of the wicked will perish. The way of the Lord is a refuge to the upright, but destruction awaits those who do evil. The righteous will never be shaken, but the wicked will not inhabit the land. The mouth of the righteous brings forth wisdom, but a perverse tongue will be cut out. The lips of the righteous know what is fitting, but the mouth of the wicked is perverse. Dishonest scales are an abomination to the Lord, but an accurate weight is his delight.
Ow.
When pride comes, disgrace follows, but with humility comes
How
wisdom.
to talk to chat while driving.
The integrity of the upright
That
guides
is
them,
the
but
clip
the
title right
perversity
there.
of the faithless destroys them. Riches
Oh,
are
thank you very
worthless
much
in the day of wrath,
for the follow.
but righteousness brings deliverance
My
from
alerts are
death.
broken.
The righteousness
Lots
of
of
the
things
blameless
broken.
directs their path, but
I
the
want
wicked
to
fall by their
Twitter,
own wickedness.
Facebook.
The righteousness of the upright delivers
I'm
them,
not going to bother
but
with
the
Reddit.
faithless are trapped by their own desires. When the wicked man dies, his hope perishes, and the hope of his strength vanishes. The
and
righteous
then
man
obviously
is
I'm gonna
delivered
click
from
this.
trouble.
I need
In
to open
his
up my
place,
TikTok.
The wicked man goes
Oh no, wait a
in.
minute. I do it through Twitch, didn't I?
With his mouth, the ungodly man destroys his neighbor, but through knowledge, the righteous are rescued. When the
Content
righteous
clips.
thrive, the city rejoices, and when the wicked perish, there are
Oh
shouts
yes.
of joy.
Crop to portrait.
By the blessing of the
This is
upright,
going on in the
a city
YouTube for
is
sure.
built up, but by the mouth of
Let's
the
get rid
wicked,
of the
it
name
is torn
because it's
down.
pointless now.
Whoever shows contempt for his neighbor lacks judgment, but a man of understanding remains silent. A gossip reveals a secret,
There we
but
go.
a trustworthy person keeps a confidence. For lack of guidance,
Put
a
that on
nation
YouTube
falls,
and on
but
TikTok.
with many counselors comes deliverance.
Lovely.
He who puts
Happy,
up
happy.
security for a stranger will
Now
surely
repair all the
suffer,
damage I've done.
but the one who hates indebtedness is secure. A gracious woman attains honor, but ruthless men gain only wealth. A kind man benefits himself,
Means
but a cruel man
I think like the
brings
F7
trouble on
button.
himself.
We need
The
tow
wicked
service.
man earns an empty wage,
It's going to
but
cost
he
me
who
cash.
sows righteousness reaps a true reward. Genuine
And
righteousness leads to life, but the
we're
pursuit
going
of
to
evil brings death.
Take normal service.
The perverse in heart
Just
are an
recommended
abomination
repairs.
to the
40
Lord,
grand.
but the blameless in their walk are his delight. Be assured that the wicked will not go unpunished. but the offspring of the righteous will escape. Like a gold ring in a pig's snout is a beautiful woman who lacks discretion. The desire of the righteous leads only to good, but the hope of the wicked
Why, hello
brings
there.
wrath.
Happy trucking. And God bless.
One gives freely, yet gains even more. Another withholds
hopefully
what is
still have
right,
my load.
only to become poor. A generous soul will prosper,
I
and
have
he
lost
who
my
refreshes
life.
others will himself be refreshed. The people will curse the hoarder of grain, but blessing will crown the one who sells it. He who searches out good finds favor, but evil will come to him who seeks it. He who trusts in his riches will fall.
Yeah, a new
but
picture
the
of it
righteous
was
will
up,
thrive
but
like
where's my drop?
He who brings trouble on his house will inherit the wind.
Where
The
is
fool will be servant
where's my
to the
job?
wise of heart. The fruit
I think
of
I
the
lost my
righteous
job.
is a tree of life, and
Thank
he
you
who
very
wins
much
souls
for dropping
is
in. I
wise.
appreciate it a lot.
If the righteous receive their due on earth, how much more the ungodly and the sinner? Whoever loves discipline loves knowledge, but he who hates correction is stupid. The good man obtains favor from the Lord, but the Lord condemns a man who devises evil. A man cannot be established through wickedness, but the righteous cannot be uprooted. A wife of noble character is her husband's crown, but she who causes shame is like decay in his bones. The plans of the righteous are just, but the counsel of the wicked leads to deceit. The words of the wicked lie in wait for blood, but the speech of the upright rescues them. The wicked are overthrown and perish, but the house of the righteous will stand. A man is praised according to his wisdom, but a twisted mind is despised. Better to be lightly esteemed yet have a servant than to be self-important but lack food. A righteous man regards the life of his animal, but the tender mercies of the wicked are only cruelty. The one who works his land will have plenty of food, but whoever chases fantasies lacks judgment. The wicked desire the plunder of evil men, but the root of the righteous flourishes. An evil man is trapped by his rebellious speech, but a righteous man escapes from trouble. By fruitful speech a man is filled with good things, and the work of his hands returns to him. The way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but a wise man listens to counsel. A fool's anger is known at once, but a prudent man overlooks an insult. He who speaks the truth declares what is right, but a false witness speaks deceit. Speaking rashly is like a piercing sword, but the tongue of the wise brings healing. Truthful lips endure forever, but a lying tongue lasts only a moment. Deceit is in the hearts of those who devise evil, but the counselors of peace have joy. No harm befalls the righteous, but the wicked are filled with trouble. Lying lips are detestable to the Lord, but those who deal faithfully are his delight. A shrewd man keeps his knowledge to himself,
My speech chat
but a
is
foolish
broken.
heart proclaims
I
its
need
folly.
to fix it.
The hand of the diligent will rule, but laziness ends in forced labor. Anxiety weighs down the heart of a man, but a good word cheers it up. A righteous man is cautious in friendship, but the ways of the wicked lead them astray. A lazy man does not roast his game, but a diligent man prizes his possession. There is life in the path of righteousness, but another path leads to death. A wise son heeds his father's discipline, but a mocker does not listen to rebuke. From the fruit of his lips a man enjoys good things, but the desire of the faithless is violence. He who guards his mouth protects his life, but the one who opens his lips invites his own ruin. The slacker craves, yet has nothing, but the soul of the diligent is fully satisfied. The righteous hate falsehood, but the wicked bring shame and disgrace. Righteousness guards the man of integrity, but wickedness undermines the sinner. One pretends to be rich, but has nothing.
But this does have to be
Another
dealt with.
pretends to be poor, yet has great wealth.
That is speaker bot.
Riches may ransom a man's life, but a
It's
poor
not.
man hears no threat. The light of the righteous shines brightly, but the lamp of the wicked is extinguished. Arrogance leads only to strife, but wisdom is with the well-advised.
This is a test message.
Dishonest wealth will dwindle, but what is earned through hard work will be multiplied. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, but desire fulfilled is a tree of life. He who despises instruction will pay the penalty, but the one who respects a command will be
But it
rewarded.
annoys me that these
The teaching
do
of the
not
wise is a fountain of life, turning one from the
automatically
snares of death.
log me
Good
in every time I load them
understanding
up.
wins favor, but the way of the
Right,
faithless
it-
is
it's
difficult.
quite a rage job, actually.
Every prudent man
Makes me
acts
rage.
with knowledge, but a fool
bit.
displays his folly. A wicked messenger falls into trouble,
Speech engines.
but a faithful envoy brings healing. Poverty and shame come to him who ignores discipline, but whoever heeds correction is honored. Desire fulfilled is sweet to the soul,
Yes.
but turning from evil is detestable to fools. He who walks with the wise will become wise,
We
but the
say
companion
this,
of
yes.
fools will be destroyed. Disaster pursues sinners, but prosperity is the reward of the righteous. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, but the sinner's wealth is passed to the righteous.
You mean disconnecting from...
Abundant food is
Why
in the
is it
fallow
disconnecting from
ground of the
Streamlabs?
poor, but without justice it is swept away.
What is going on?
He who spares the rod hates his son, but he who loves him disciplines him diligently. A righteous man eats to his heart's content, but the stomach of the wicked is empty.
Starting to do me head
Every
in.
wise woman builds her house, but a foolish one tears it down with her
What
own
is going
hands.
on?
He who
Streamlabs.
walks in uprightness fears the Lord, but the one who is devious in his ways despises him. The proud speech of a fool brings a
Regardless.
rod to his back, but the lips of the wise protect them. Where there are no oxen, the manger is empty.
Yes.
But
Ah,
an
terms of
abundant
service.
harvest
That's
comes
why.
through the strength of the ox.
I see.
An honest witness does not deceive, but a dishonest witness
Speaker right
pours
is
forth
sorted.
lies. A
Streamlabs
mocker
has
seeks
gone
wisdom
all
and finds none, but knowledge comes easily
funny on.
to the discerning. Stay away from a foolish man. You will gain no knowledge from his speech. The wisdom
get
of the
where I
prudent
want.
is to discern his way,
The
but
token.
the folly of fools deceives them. Fools mock the making of amends, but goodwill is found among the upright. The heart knows its own bitterness, and no stranger shares in its joy. The house of the wicked will be destroyed, but the tent of the upright will flourish. There is a way that seems right to a man, but its end is the way of death. Even
No,
in
definitely.
laughter,
I want
the heart
Twitch
may
working
ache,
properly.
and joy may end
My
in
Twitch
sorrow.
token to work.
The backslider in heart receives the fill of his own ways, but a good man is rewarded for his ways. The simple man believes every word, but the prudent man watches his steps. A wise man
The
fears and
dashboard.
turns from evil, but a fool is careless and reckless. A quick-tempered man acts foolishly, and a devious man is hated. The simple inherit folly, but the prudent are crowned with knowledge. The evil bow before the good, and the wicked at the gates of the righteous. The poor man is hated even by his neighbor, but many are those who love the rich. He who despises his neighbor sins, but blessed is he who shows
Where's
kindness
the
to the
search?
poor.
Advanced search.
Do not those who contrive evil go astray? But those who plan goodness find loving devotion and faithfulness. There is profit in all labor, but mere talk leads only to poverty. The crown of the wise is their wealth, but the effort of fools is folly. A truthful witness saves lives, but one who utters lies is deceitful. He who fears the Lord is secure in confidence, and his children shall have a place of refuge. The fear of the Lord is a fountain of life, turning a man from the snares of death. A large population is a king's splendor, but a lack of substance is a prince's ruin. A patient man has great understanding, but a quick-tempered man promotes folly. A tranquil heart is life to the body, but envy rots the bones. Whoever oppresses the poor
what URL
taunts
is it
their
now?
maker, but whoever is kind to the needy honors him. The wicked man is thrown down by his own sin, but the righteous man has a refuge even in death. Wisdom rests in the heart of the discerning. Even among fools she is known.
Access URL.
Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a disgrace to any people. A king
Home.
delights in a wise
On the
servant,
home
but
page.
his anger falls on the shameful.
Collection
A gentle
style.
answer turns away wrath,
Game.
but a harsh
no,
word
holiday,
stirs up
category.
anger.
No.
The tongue of the wise commends knowledge, but the mouth of the
See,
fool spouts folly.
don't know.
The eyes of the Lord are in every place, observing the evil and the good.
Products.
A soothing tongue is a tree of life, but a perverse tongue
Resources.
crushes the spirit. A fool
No,
rejects his
widgets.
father's discipline, but whoever heeds correction is prudent. The house of the
Products.
righteous has great treasure, but the income of the
Tips.
wicked is trouble. The lips of the wise spread knowledge, but not so the hearts of fools. The sacrifice of the
Dashboard.
wicked
Yeah, on the
is
dashboard.
detestable to the Lord, but the prayer of the upright is his delight. The Lord detests the way of the wicked, but he loves those who pursue righteousness. Discipline is
They have
harsh for
changed
him who
this
leads
so
the
much.
path. He who hates correction will die.
Analytics
Sheol
dashboard.
and Abaddon lie open before the Lord. How much more the hearts of men?
Yeah,
a mocker
alert
does
box
not love to
settings.
be reproved, nor will he consult the wise. A joyful heart makes a cheerful countenance, but sorrow of the heart crushes the spirit. A discerning heart seeks knowledge, but the
Seriously?
mouth of a fool feeds
It's
on
just going to
folly.
lag out on me.
All the days of the oppressed are bad, but a cheerful
Tip
heart
editor.
has a continual feast. Better a little with the fear of the Lord than great treasure with turmoil. Better a dish of vegetables where there is love than a fattened ox with hatred. A hot-tempered man stirs up strife, but he who
Yeah,
is slow to
okay.
anger calms dispute. The way of the slacker is like a hedge of thorns, but the path of the upright is a highway. A wise son brings joy to his father, but a foolish man despises his mother. Folly is joy to one who lacks judgment, but a man of understanding walks a straight path. Plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisers they succeed. A man takes joy in a fitting reply, and how good is a timely word. The path of life leads upward for the wise, that he may avoid going down to Sheol. The Lord tears down the house of the proud, but he protects the boundaries of the widow. The Lord detests the thoughts of the wicked, but the words of the pure are pleasant to him. He who is greedy for unjust gain brings trouble on his household, but he who hates bribes will live. The heart of the righteous ponders how to answer, but the mouth of the wicked blurts out evil. The Lord is far from the wicked, but he hears the prayer of the righteous. The light of the eyes cheers the heart, and good news nourishes the bones.
Okay.
He who listens to life-giving reproof will dwell among the wise.
Can open up.
He who ignores discipline despises himself, but whoever heeds correction gains understanding. The fear of the Lord is the instruction of wisdom, and humility comes before honor. The plans of the heart belong to man, but the reply of the tongue is from the Lord. All a man's ways are pure in his own eyes, but his motives are weighed out by the Lord.
But am I successfully
Commit your words to the Lord,
or what?
and your plans will be achieved. The Lord has made everything for his purpose, even the wicked for the day of disaster. Everyone who is proud in heart is detestable to the Lord. Be assured that he will not go unpunished. By loving devotion and faithfulness, iniquity is atoned for, and by the fear of the Lord one turns aside from evil. When a man's ways please the Lord, he makes even the man's enemies live at peace with him.
It one.
Better a
Now
little
it's
with
done.
righteousness than great gain
Finally.
with injustice. A
That
man's heart
is
plans
so
his
annoying.
course, but the Lord determines his steps.
So
A divine
annoying,
verdict
so.
is on the lips of a king. His mouth must not betray justice. Honest scales and balances are from the Lord. All the weights in the bag are his concern. Wicked behavior is detestable to kings, for a throne is established through righteousness. Righteous lips are a king's delight, and he who speaks honestly is beloved. The wrath of a king is a messenger of death, but a wise man will pacify it. When a king's face brightens, there is life. His favor is like a rain cloud in spring. How much better to acquire wisdom than gold? To gain understanding is more desirable than silver.
Speaker bot is
The
broken.
highway of the upright
Unless it's
leads
been
away from
updated.
evil. He who guards his way protects his life. Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. It is better to be lowly in spirit among the humble than to divide the spoil with the proud. Whoever heeds instruction will find success, and blessed is he who trusts in the Lord. The wise in heart are called discerning, and pleasant speech promotes instruction. Understanding is a fountain of life to its possessor, but the discipline of fools is folly. The heart of the wise man instructs his mouth, and adds persuasiveness to his lips. Pleasant words
Restream
are a
YouTube.
honeycomb,
Scania X
sweet
hot.
to the soul and healing to the bones.
Ah.
There is a way that
Finally.
seems right to a man, but
Aha.
its end is the way of death.
We got somewhere.
A worker's
Finally, text to
appetite
speech
works
is
for
working
him,
again.
because his hunger drives him onward.
I'm connected to every platform.
A
It's
worthless
fixed.
man digs up evil, and his speech is
Bro.
like a scorching fire.
Like, seriously.
A
Just to
perverse
get
man
people to
spreads
type on
dissension,
YouTube and text to
and a
speech.
gossip divides
to work.
close friends.
Was a
violent
20-minute
man
job.
entices his neighbor and leads him down a
Like,
path
just
that is
straight
not
up.
good. He who winks his eye devises perversity. He
So,
who
lower
purses
the
his
music a
lips
little bit.
is bent on evil.
That's
Gray hair is a crown of glory. It is
what I was
attained
doing,
along
wasn't
the
I?
path of
Bit
righteousness.
manager.
He who is slow to
We
anger
got
is
the
better than a
clip
warrior, and he
on
who
tick
controls
off
his
the
temper
talk.
is greater than one who captures a city. The lot is cast into the lap, but its every decision is from the Lord.
Obviously, I want to log in.
Better a dry
See my
morsel in
TikTok.
quietness than a house full of feasting
Yes.
with
To
strife.
my account. Yes.
A wise servant will rule over a disgraceful son, and share his inheritance as one of the brothers.
Obviously.
A crucible for silver and a furnace for
Thank
gold.
you.
But the Lord is the tester
And
of
you
hearts.
get the link.
Nice to a certain extent.
A wicked man listens to evil lips. A
And
liar
pin it
gives ear to a
into the
destructive
chat.
tongue.
So
He who
here's what
mobs
we
the
got.
poor
Is,
insults their maker.
pin.
Whoever gloats over calamity will not go
Sing
unpunished.
Why has that not
Eloquent words are unfit for a fool. How much worse are lying lips
Why is that
to a
not-
ruler?
Full
A
slash
bribe is a
pin?
charm to its giver. Wherever he turns, he succeeds. Whoever conceals an offense promotes love, but he who brings it up separates friends. A rebuke cuts into a man of discernment deeper than 100 lashes cut into a fool. An evil
Yeah,
man
pin.
seeks only
Sing
rebellion.
Why is not pinning it?
TikTok.com/johnCINGTTV/videos
boycotted
7349116329286928869.
If anyone returns evil
That
for
sucks.
good, evil will never leave his
That does
house.
suck a lot.
To start a quarrel is to release a flood, so abandon the dispute before it breaks out. Acquitting the
Right.
guilty and
You know
condemning
what?
the
I
righteous,
don't care how much it
both
costs.
are
I want
detestable
this
to
in
the
perfect
Lord.
condition.
Why should the fool have money in his hand with no intention of buying wisdom?
3 of
A
these
friend
Switzerland
loves
jobs.
at all times, and a brother is
I want
born for
something
adversity.
that would take me Charlie Hotel.
A man lacking judgment strikes hands in pledge and puts up security for his neighbor.
Burn.
He who loves
No.
transgression loves strife. He who builds his gate high invites destruction. The one with a
I have
perverse
to do that
heart
accent,
finds no
so-
good, and he whose tongue is deceitful falls into trouble. A man fathers a fool to his own grief. The father of a fool has no joy.
Alright, what about Jen?
A joyful heart is good medicine, but a broken spirit dries up the bones.
Geneva.
A wicked man takes a
Okay, in that
covert
case.
bribe to subvert the course of justice.
We'll just quick travel
Wisdom is the focus of the discerning, but
somewhere
the
else.
eyes of a fool wander to the ends of the earth. A foolish
Should
son
do a
brings
mega
grief
long
to
one.
his father and bitterness to her who bore him. It is surely
Something
not good
crazy.
to punish the innocent or to flog
Like-
a noble for his honesty. A man of knowledge
Helsinki.
restrains his words, and a man of understanding maintains a calm spirit.
Why not?
Even a fool is considered wise if he keeps silent, and discerning when he holds his tongue. He who isolates himself pursues selfish desires. He rebels against all sound judgment. A fool does not delight in understanding, but only in airing his opinions. With a wicked man comes contempt as well, and shame
Diva.
is accompanied
You got
by
one.
disgrace. The words of a man's mouth are deep waters. The fountain of wisdom is a bubbling brook.
Time to hit the road.
Showing
Answer, hit
partiality
the
to the
road.
wicked is not good. nor is depriving the innocent of justice. A fool's lips bring him strife, and his mouth invites a beating. A fool's mouth is his ruin, and his lips are a snare to his soul. The words of a gossip are like choice morsels that go down into the inmost being. Whoever is slothful in his work is brother to him who destroys. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous run to it and are safe. A rich
Right.
man's wealth
That's
is
not the
his
last bit.
fortified
It wanted
city.
me to say.
It is like a high wall in his imagination. Before his downfall, a man's heart is proud, but humility comes before honor.
Turn left.
He who answers a matter before he hears it, this is folly and disgrace to him. The spirit of a man can endure his sickness, but who can survive a broken
Turn
spirit?
left.
The heart of the discerning acquires knowledge, and the ear of the wise seeks it out. A man's gift opens doors for him and brings him before great men. The first to state his case seems right until another comes and cross-examines him. Casting the lot ends quarrels and separates strong opponents. An offended brother
Happy
is harder
tracking,
to win than a
my good
fortified
man.
city, and
God
disputes
bless.
are like the bars of a castle. From the fruit of his mouth
If you
a
know what I
man's
mean.
belly is filled. With the harvest from his lips he is
Keep
satisfied.
right, and then continue straight on.
Life and death are in the power
Curious.
of the tongue, and those who
It's
love
the
it will
dealership.
eat
Yeah, I
its
want to
fruit.
find out
Straight on.
what it is.
He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord.
Finding new.
The poor man pleads for mercy, but the rich
Turn
man
right.
answers harshly.
Turn left.
A man of many companions may come to ruin, but there is a friend who stays closer than a brother.
Get ready
Better
to
a
turn
poor
right.
man who walks with integrity than a fool whose lips
Turn
are
right.
perverse. Even zeal is no good without knowledge, and he who hurries his footsteps misses the mark. A man's own folly subverts
Turn
his
right.
way, yet his heart rages against the Lord. Wealth attracts many friends, but a poor man is deserted by his friend.
Keep right. And then
A
exit
false
right.
witness will not go unpunished, and one who utters lies will not escape. Many seek the favor of the prince, and everyone is a friend of the gift giver. All the brothers of a poor man hate him. How much more do his friends avoid him? He may pursue them with pleading, but they are nowhere to be found. He who acquires wisdom loves himself. One who safeguards understanding will find success. A false witness will not go unpunished, and one who pours out lies will perish. Luxury is unseemly for a fool. How much worse for a slave to rule over princes? A man's insight gives him patience, and his virtue is to overlook an offense. A king's rage is like the roar of a lion, but his favor is like dew on the grass. A foolish son is his father's ruin, and a quarrelsome wife is like a constant dripping. Houses and wealth are inherited from fathers, but a prudent wife is from the Lord. Laziness brings on deep sleep, and an idle soul will suffer hunger. He who keeps a commandment preserves his soul, but he who is careless in his ways will die.
Keep right.
Kindness to
Then
the
exit
poor
right.
is a loan to the Lord, and he will repay the lender.
Exit
Discipline
left.
your son, for in that there is hope. Do not be party
Ready
to his
turn
death.
right.
A man of great anger must pay the penalty. If you rescue him, you will have to do so again.
Right.
listen to counsel, and accept discipline, that you may be wise the rest of your days. Many plans are in a man's heart, but the purpose of the Lord will prevail. The desire of a man is loving devotion. Better to be poor than alive.
Don't try this at home, lads.
The fear of the Lord leads to life, that one may rest content without visitation from harm.
Get ready to
The slacker buries his hand in the dish. He will not even bring it back to his mouth. Strike a mocker, and the simple will
then
beware.
continue straight on.
Rebuke the discerning man, and he will gain knowledge.
Go straight on.
He who assaults his father or evicts his mother is a son who brings shame and
Then
disgrace.
continue straight on.
If you cease to hear instruction, my son,
Go
you will
straight on,
stray from the
then
words
turn
of
right.
knowledge. A corrupt witness mocks
It's all
justice,
over.
and a wicked mouth swallows iniquity.
Turn
Judgments are prepared for mockers,
No.
and beatings for the
There's
backs of
something
fools.
actually that I want.
Wine is a
Copy
mocker,
paste.
strong drink is a brawler, and whoever is led astray by them is not wise. The terror of a king is like the roar of a lion. Whoever provokes him forfeits his own life.
At
It
the
is
end of
honorable
19.
for a man to He who keeps a commandment preserves his soul, but he who is careless in his way. He who assaults his father or evicts his mother is a son who brings shame and disgrace. If you cease to hear instruction, my son,
19. And that to the boss. Because it's scripture. Proverbs 19. Verse 26.
if you cease to, he who assaults his father or
How do I get rid of this? I guess it wants me to click it again. Yeah. Copy paste that.
He who assaults his father or evicts his mother is a son who brings shame and disgrace. If you cease to hear instruction, my son, you will stray from the words of knowledge.
Here we go.
A corrupt witness mocks justice,
So,
and a wicked mouth swallows
if,
iniquity.
blessings.
Judgments are prepared for mockers,
Henchmen.
and beatings for the backs of
Give
fools.
it. There we go.
Wine is a
Proverbs
mocker.
19:26.
Strong drink is a brawler,
Don't give
and
it.
whoever is led astray by them is not
It's
wise.
not me.
The
It's
terror
the
of a
word
king
of
is
the
like
Lord
the
God
roar of a
Almighty.
lion. Whoever provokes him forfeits
Destroy
his own life.
nations. Just like that.
It is honorable for
Don't
a man
mess,
to resolve
bro.
a dispute, but any
Do
fool
not
will
mess.
quarrel.
Do not mess with the
The slacker
best.
does not plow in season. At harvest time
Because you
he
will get
looks,
owned.
but nothing is there. The intentions
Mercy.
of a man's heart
Oh
are
God,
deep
have
waters,
mercy on me.
but a man
I'm
of
so
understanding draws them out.
When my mum
Many
was
a man
alive,
proclaims
I
his
was no
loving
angel.
devotion, but who can find a trustworthy man? The righteous man walks with integrity. Blessed are his children after him.
Okay, here we go.
A king who sits on a throne to judge sifts out all evil with his eyes. Who can say, I have kept my heart pure, I am cleansed from my sin? Differing weights and unequal measures, both are detestable to the Lord.
WiseBot 2 viewers,
Even a young
plus
man
one,
is known
3
by
hours
his
48
actions,
minutes
whether
and
his
49
conduct
seconds.
is pure and upright.
Turn left.
Ears that hear and eyes that see,
Go straight
the
on.
Lord has made them both. Do not love sleep,
Turn
or
right.
you will grow poor. Open your eyes, and you will have plenty of food. Worthless, worthless, says the
Go
buyer,
straight on.
but on the
then
way
turn
out,
left.
he gloats. There is an abundance of
Turn
gold
left.
and rubies, but lips of knowledge are a rare treasure. Take the garment of the one who posts security for a stranger. Get collateral if it is for a foreigner. Food gained by fraud is sweet to a man, but later his mouth is
At
full
the
of gravel.
roundabout, take the first exit.
Set plans by consultation and wage war under sound guidance. He who reveals secrets is a constant gossip. Avoid the one who babbles with his lips. Whoever curses his father or mother, his lamp will be extinguished in deepest darkness. An inheritance gained quickly will not be blessed in the end. Do not say, I
Keep
will
left.
avenge this
Then
evil.
turn left.
Wait on the Lord, and he will save you. Unequal weights
Turn
are
left.
detestable to the Lord, and dishonest scales are no good. A man's steps are from the Lord, so how can anyone understand his own way? It is a trap for a man to dedicate something rashly, only later to reconsider his vows. A wise king separates out the wicked and drives the threshing wheel over them. The spirit of a man
Keep
is
right.
the lamp of the
And
Lord,
then exit right.
searching out his inmost being. Loving devotion and faithfulness
Exit
preserve a king. By these he maintains his throne. The glory of young men is their strength, and gray hair is the splendor of the old. Lashes and wounds scour evil, and beatings cleanse the inmost parts. The king's heart is a waterway in the hand of the Lord. He directs it where he pleases. All a man's ways seem right to him, but the Lord weighs the heart. To do righteousness and justice is more desirable to the Lord than sacrifice. Haughty eyes and a proud heart, the guides of the wicked, are sin.
Keep left.
The plans of the diligent bring plenty, as surely as haste leads to poverty. Making a fortune by a lying tongue is a vanishing mist, a deadly pursuit. The violence of the wicked will sweep them away, because they refuse to do what is just. The way of a guilty man is crooked, but the conduct of the innocent is upright. Better to live on a corner of the roof than to share a house with a quarrelsome wife. The soul of the wicked man craves evil. His neighbor finds no favor in his eyes. When a mocker is punished, the simple gain wisdom, and when a wise man is instructed, he acquires knowledge.
Keep
The
left.
righteous one considers the house of the wicked and brings the wicked to ruin. Whoever shuts his ears to the cry of the poor, he too shall cry out and receive no answer. A gift in secret soothes anger, and a covert bribe pacifies great wrath. Justice executed is a joy to the righteous, but a terror to the workers of iniquity. The man who strays from the path of understanding will rest in the assembly of the dead. He who loves pleasure will become poor. The one who loves wine and oil will never be rich. The wicked become a ransom for the righteous, and the faithless for the upright. Better to live in the desert than with a contentious and ill-tempered wife. Precious treasures and oil are in the dwelling of the wise, but a foolish man consumes them.
Oh,
He who pursues righteousness
That's
and
a-
loving devotion
that's a
finds
knife.
life, righteousness,
that's a
and
lemon
honor.
knife with the twist.
A wise man scales the city of the mighty and pulls down the
Chicago.
stronghold in which they trust.
Lemon now.
He who guards his mouth and tongue keeps his soul from distress. Mocker is the name of the proud and arrogant man, of him who acts with excessive pride. The craving of the slacker kills him, because his hands refuse to work. All day long he covets more, but the righteous give without restraint. The sacrifice of the wicked is detestable. How much more so when brought with ill intent? A lying witness will perish,
Turn left.
but the man who listens to truth will speak forever. A wicked man hardens his face, but the upright man makes his way sure. There is no wisdom, no understanding, no counsel that can prevail against the Lord. A horse is prepared for the day of battle,
Turn right.
but victory is of the Lord. A good name is more desirable than great riches. Favor is better than silver and gold. The rich and the poor have this in common: the Lord is maker of them all.
Turn right.
The prudent see danger and take cover, but the simple keep going and suffer the consequences. The rewards of humility and the fear of the Lord are wealth and honor and life. Thorns and snares lie on the path of the perverse. He who guards his soul stays far from them. Train up a child in the way he should go,
Keep right.
and when he is
Then
old,
continue
he
straight
will
on.
not depart from it. The rich rule over the poor, and the borrower is slave to the lender.
Go straight on, and then
He
turn
who
right.
sows injustice will reap disaster,
Yeah.
and the rod
Turn
of
right.
his fury will be destroyed.
Turn left.
A generous man will be blessed, for he shares his bread with the poor. Drive out the mocker, and conflict will depart. Even quarreling and insults will cease. He who loves a pure heart and gracious lips will have the king for a friend. The Lord's eyes keep watch over knowledge, but he frustrates the words of the faithless. The slacker says, "There is a lion outside. I will be slain in the streets." The mouth of an adulteress is a deep pit. He who is under the wrath of the Lord will fall into it. Foolishness is bound up in the heart of a child, but the rod of discipline drives it far from him. Oppressing the poor to enrich oneself or giving gifts to the rich will surely lead to poverty. Incline your ear and hear the words of the wise. Apply your mind to my knowledge, for it is pleasing when you keep them within you, and they are constantly on your lips. So that your trust may be in the Lord, I instruct you today. Yes, you. Have I not written for you 30 sayings about counsel and knowledge, to show you true and reliable words, that you may soundly answer those who sent you? Do not rob a poor man because he is poor, and do not crush the afflicted at the gate. For the Lord will take up their case, and will plunder those who rob them. Do not make friends with an angry man, and do not associate with a hot-tempered man, or you may learn his ways and entangle yourself in a snare. Do not be one who gives pledges, who puts up security for debts. If you have nothing with which to pay, why should your bed be taken from under you? Do not move an ancient boundary stone which your fathers have placed. Do you see a man skilled in his work? He will be stationed in the presence of kings. He will not stand before obscure men. When you sit down to dine with a ruler, consider carefully what is set before you, and put a knife to your throat if you possess a great appetite. Do not crave his delicacies, for that food is deceptive. Do not wear yourself out to get rich. Be wise enough to restrain yourself. When you glance at wealth, it disappears, for it makes wings for itself and flies like an eagle to the sky. Do not eat the bread of a stingy man, and do not crave his delicacies, for he is keeping track, inwardly counting the cost. Eat and drink, he says to you, but his heart is not with you. You will vomit up what little you have eaten and waste your pleasant words. Do not speak to a fool, for he will despise the wisdom of your words. Do not move an ancient boundary stone, or encroach on the fields of the fatherless, for their Redeemer is strong. He will take up their case against you. Apply your heart to instruction, and your ears to words of knowledge. Do not withhold discipline from a child. Although you strike him with a rod, he will not die. Strike him with a rod, and you will deliver his soul from Sheol. My son, if your heart is wise, my own heart will indeed rejoice. My inmost being will rejoice when your lips speak what is right. Do not let your heart envy sinners, but always continue in the fear of the Lord. For surely there is a future, and your hope will not be cut off. Listen, my son, and be wise, and guide your heart on the right course. Do not join those who drink too much wine, or gorge themselves on meat. For the drunkard and the glutton will come to poverty, and drowsiness will clothe them in rags. Listen to your father who gave you life, and do not despise your mother when she is old. Invest in truth and never sell it, in wisdom and instruction and understanding. The father of a righteous man will greatly rejoice, and he who fathers a wise son will delight in him. May your father and mother be glad, and may she who gave you birth rejoice. My son, give me your heart, and let your eyes delight in my ways. For a prostitute is a deep pit, and an adulteress is a narrow well. Like a robber she lies in wait, and multiplies the faithless
Ads
among
inbound
men.
boss.
Who has woe? Who has sorrow? Who has contentions? Who has complaints? Who has needless wounds? Who has bloodshot eyes? Those who linger over wine, who go to taste mixed drinks.
Thank you for the follow,
Do not
Kaliathon.
gaze at wine while it is red,
Wise
when
bot
it
bust
sparkles
wet
in
you
the
follow.
cup and goes down smoothly.
Kaliathai welcome.
In the end, it bites like a
398
snake
followers,
and stings
+1.
like a viper.
At the right,
Your eyes will
take
see
the first
strange things, and your mind will utter perversities. You will be like one sleeping on the high seas or lying on the top of a mast. They struck
Exit
me,
now.
but I feel no pain. They beat me,
Turn
but I
right.
did not know it. When can I wake up to search for another drink?
Rerouted.
Do
Okay.
not envy
Never mind.
wicked men
I'll find
or
it.
desire their company. For their hearts devise violence, and their lips declare trouble. By wisdom a house is built, and by understanding it is established. Through knowledge its rooms are filled with every precious and beautiful treasure. A wise man is strong, and a man of knowledge enhances his strength. Only with sound guidance should you wage war, and victory lies in a multitude of counselors. Wisdom is too high for a fool. He does not open his mouth in the meeting place. He who plots evil will be called a schemer. A foolish scheme is sin, and a mocker is detestable to men. If you faint in the day of distress, how small is your strength? Rescue those being led away to death, and restrain those stumbling toward the slaughter. If you say, "Behold, we did not know about this," does not he who weighs hearts consider it? Does not the one who guards your life know? Will he not repay a man according to his deeds? Eat honey, my son, for it is good, and the honeycomb is sweet to your taste.
Finding new routes.
Know therefore that wisdom is sweet to your soul.
Go straight
If you
on.
find it, there is a future for you, and your hope will never be cut off. Do not lie in wait, O wicked man, near the dwelling of the righteous. Do not destroy his resting place. For though a righteous man may fall 7 times, he still gets up. But the wicked stumble in bad times. Do not gloat when your enemy falls, and do not let your heart rejoice when he stumbles. Or the Lord will see and disapprove, and turn his wrath away from him. Do not fret over evildoers, and do not be envious of the wicked. For the evil man has no future. The lamp of the wicked will be extinguished. My son, fear the Lord and the king, and do not associate with the rebellious, for they will bring sudden destruction. Who knows what ruin they can bring? These also are sayings of the wise. To show partiality in judgment is not good. Whoever tells the guilty, "You are innocent," peoples will curse him, and nations will denounce him. But it will go well with those who convict the guilty, and rich blessing will come upon them. An honest answer given is like a kiss on the lips. Complete your outdoor work and prepare your field. After that, you may build your house. Do not testify against your neighbor without cause, and do not deceive with your lips. Do not say, "I will do to him as he has done to me. I will repay the man according to his work." I went past the field of a slacker, and by the vineyard of a man lacking judgment. Thorns had grown up everywhere. Thistles had covered the ground, and the stone wall was broken down. I observed and took it to heart. I looked and received instruction. A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to rest, and poverty will come upon you like a robber, and need like a bandit. These are additional proverbs of Solomon, which were copied by the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah. It is the glory of God to conceal a matter, and the glory of kings to search it out. As the heavens are high and the earth is deep, so the hearts of kings cannot be searched. Remove the dross from the silver, and a vessel for a silversmith will come forth. Remove the wicked from the king's presence, and his throne will be established in righteousness. Do not exalt yourself in the presence of the king, and do not stand in the place of great men. For it is better that he says to you, "Come up here," than that you should be demoted in the presence of the prince. Even what you have seen with your own eyes, do not bring hastily to court. Otherwise, what will you do in the end when your neighbor puts you to shame? Argue your case with your neighbor without betraying another's confidence, lest the one who hears may disgrace you, and your infamy never go away. A word fitly spoken is like apples
Let's
of gold
do this.
in settings of silver. Like an earring of gold or an ornament of fine gold is a wise man's rebuke to a listening ear. Like the cold of snow in the time of harvest is a trustworthy messenger to those who send him. He refreshes the soul of his masters. Like clouds and wind without rain is the man who boasts of gifts never given. Through patience a ruler can be persuaded, and a gentle tongue can break a bone. If you find honey, eat just what you need, lest you have too much and vomit it up. Seldom set foot in your neighbor's house, lest he grow weary and hate you. Like a club or sword or sharp arrow is a man who bears false witness against his neighbor. Like a broken tooth or a foot out of joint is confidence in a faithless man in time of trouble. Like one who removes a garment on a cold day, or vinegar poured on a wound, is one who sings songs to a heavy heart. If your enemy is hungry, give him food to eat, and if he is thirsty, give him water to drink. For in so doing, you will heap burning coals on his head, and the Lord will reward you. As the north wind brings forth rain, so a backbiting tongue brings angry looks. Better to live on a corner of the roof than to share a house with a quarrelsome wife. Like cold water to a weary soul is good news from a distant land. Like a muddied spring or a polluted well is a righteous man who gives way to the wicked. It is not good to eat too much honey, or to search out one's own glory. Like a city whose walls are broken down is a man who does not control his temper. Like snow in summer and rain at harvest, honor does not befit a fool. Like a fluttering sparrow or darting swallow, an undeserved curse does not come to rest. A whip for the horse, a bridle for the donkey, and a rod for the backs of fools. Do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you yourself will be like him. Answer a fool according to his folly, lest he become wise in his own eyes. Like cutting off one's own feet or drinking violence is the sending of a message by the hand of a fool. Like lame legs hanging limp is a proverb in the mouth of a fool. Like binding a stone into a sling is the giving of honor to a fool. Like a thorn that falls into the hand of a drunkard is a proverb in the mouth of a fool. Like an archer who wounds at random is he who hires a fool or passer-by. As a dog returns to its vomit, so a fool repeats his folly. Do you see a man who is wise in his own eyes? There is more hope for a fool than for him. The slacker says, "A lion is in the road, a fierce lion roams the public square." As a door turns on its hinges, so the slacker turns on his bed. The slacker buries his hand in the dish. It wearies him to bring it back to his mouth. The slacker is wiser in his own eyes than 7 men who answer discreetly. Like one who grabs a dog by the ears is a passer-by who meddles in a quarrel not his own. Like a madman shooting firebrands and deadly arrows, so is the man who deceives his neighbor and says, "I was only joking." Without wood, a fire goes out. Without gossip, a conflict ceases. Like charcoal for embers and wood for fire, so is a quarrelsome man for kindling strife. The words of a gossip are like choice morsels that go down into the inmost being. Like glaze covering an earthen vessel are burning lips and a wicked heart. A hateful man disguises himself with his speech, but he lays up deceit in his heart. When he speaks graciously, do not believe him, for 7 abominations fill his heart. Though his hatred is concealed by deception, his wickedness will be exposed in the assembly. He who digs a pit will fall into it, and he who rolls a stone will have it roll back on him. A lying tongue hates those it crushes, and a flattering mouth causes ruin. Do not boast about tomorrow, for you do not know what a day may bring. Let another praise you and not your own mouth, a stranger and not your own lips. A stone is heavy and sand is a burden, but aggravation from a fool outweighs them both. Wrath is cruel, and anger is like a flood, but who can withstand jealousy? Better an open rebuke than love that is concealed. The wounds of a friend are faithful, but the kisses of an enemy are deceitful. The soul that is full loathes honey, but to a hungry soul any bitter thing is sweet. Like a bird that strays from its nest is a man who wanders from his home. Oil and incense bring joy to the heart, and the sweetness of a friend is counsel to the soul. Do not forsake your friend or your father's friend, and do not go to your brother's house in the day of your calamity. Better a neighbor nearby than a brother far away. Be wise, my son, and bring joy to my heart, so that I can answer him who taunts me. The prudent see danger and take cover, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. Take the garment of him who posts security for a stranger. Get collateral if it is for a foreigner. If one blesses his neighbor with a loud voice early in the morning, it will be counted to him as a curse. A constant dripping on a rainy day and a contentious woman are alike. Restraining her is like holding back the wind or grasping oil with one's right hand. As iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. Whoever tends a fig tree will eat its fruit, and he who looks after his master will be honored. As water reflects the face, so the heart reflects the true man. Sheol and Abaddon are never satisfied, so the eyes of man are never satisfied. A crucible for silver and a furnace for gold, but a man is tested by the praise accorded him. Though you grind a fool like grain with mortar and a pestle, yet his folly will not depart from him. Be sure to know the state of your flocks and pay close attention to your herds, for riches are not forever, nor does a crown endure to every generation. When hay is removed and new growth appears, and the grain from the hills is gathered, the lambs will provide you with clothing, and the goats with the price of a field. You will have plenty of goat's milk to feed you, food for your household, and nourishment for your maidservants. The wicked flee when no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. A land in rebellion has many rulers, but a man of understanding and knowledge maintains order. A destitute leader who oppresses the poor is like a driving rain that leaves no food. Those who forsake the law praise the wicked, but those who keep the law resist them. Evil men do not understand justice, but those who seek the Lord comprehend fully. Better a poor man who walks with integrity than a rich man whose ways are perverse. A discerning son keeps the law, but a companion of gluttons disgraces his father. He who increases his wealth by interest and usury lays it up for one who is kind to the poor. Whoever turns his ear away from hearing the law, even his prayer is detestable. He who leads the upright along the path of evil will fall into his own pit, but the blameless will inherit what is good. A rich man is wise in his own eyes, but a poor man with discernment sees through him. When the righteous triumph, there is great glory, but when the wicked rise, men hide themselves. He who conceals his sins will not prosper, but whoever confesses and renounces them will find mercy. Blessed is the man who is always reverent, but he who hardens his heart falls into trouble. Like a roaring lion or a charging bear is a wicked ruler over a helpless people. A leader who lacks judgment is also a great oppressor, but he who hates dishonest profit will prolong his days. A man burdened by blood guilt will flee into the pit. Let no one support him. He who walks with integrity will be kept safe, but whoever is perverse in his ways will suddenly fall. The one who works his land will have plenty of food, but whoever chases fantasies will have his fill of poverty. A faithful man will abound with blessings, but one eager to be rich will not go unpunished. To show partiality is not good, yet a man will do wrong for a piece of bread. A stingy man hastens after wealth and does not know that poverty awaits him. He who rebukes a man will later find more favor than one who flatters with his tongue. He who robs his father or mother, saying, "It is not wrong," is a companion to the man who destroys. A greedy man stirs up strife, but he who trusts in the Lord will prosper. He who trusts in himself is a fool, but one who walks in wisdom will be safe. Whoever gives to the poor will not be in need, but he who hides his eyes will receive many curses. When the wicked come to power, people hide themselves, but when they perish, the righteous flourish. A man who remains stiff-necked after much reproof will suddenly be shattered beyond recovery. When the righteous flourish, the people rejoice, but when the wicked rule, the people groan. A man who loves wisdom brings joy to his father, but a companion of prostitutes squanders his wealth. By justice, a king brings stability to the land, but a man who exacts tribute demolishes it. A man who flatters his neighbor spreads a net for his feet. An evil man is caught by his own sin, but a righteous one sings and rejoices. The righteous consider the cause of the poor, but the wicked have no regard for such concerns. Mockers inflame a city, but the wise turn away anger. If a wise man goes to court with a fool, there will be raving and laughing with no resolution. Men of bloodshed hate a blameless man, but the upright care for his life. A fool vents all his anger, but a wise man holds it back. If a ruler listens to lies, all his officials will be wicked. The poor man and the oppressor have this in common: the Lord gives light to the eyes of both. A king who judges the poor with fairness, his throne will be established forever. A rod of correction imparts wisdom, but a child left to himself disgraces his mother. When the wicked thrive, rebellion increases, but the righteous will see their downfall. Discipline your son, and he will give you rest. He will bring delight to your soul. Where there is no vision, the people cast off restraint, but blessed is he who keeps the law. A servant cannot be corrected by words alone. Though he understands, he will not respond. Do you see a man who speaks in haste? There is more hope for a fool than for him. A servant pampered from his youth will bring grief in the end. An angry man stirs up dissension, and a hot-tempered man abounds in transgression. A man's pride will bring him low, but a humble spirit will obtain honor. A partner to a thief hates his own soul. He receives the oath, but does not testify. The fear of man is a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is set securely on high. Many seek the ruler's favor, but a man receives justice from the Lord. An unjust man is detestable to the righteous, and one whose way is upright is detestable to the wicked. These are the words of Agur, son of Jacob, the burden that this man declared to Ithiel. I am weary, O God, and worn out. Surely I am the most ignorant of men, and I lack the understanding of a man. I have not learned wisdom, and I have no knowledge of the Holy One. Who has ascended to heaven and come down? Who has gathered the wind in his hands? Who has bound up the waters in his cloak? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name, and what is the name of his son? Surely you know. Every word of God is flawless. He is a shield to those who take refuge in him. Do not add to his words, lest he rebuke you and prove you a liar. 2 things I ask of you. Do not refuse me before I die. Keep falsehood and deceitful words far from me. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with the bread that is my portion. Otherwise, I may have too much and deny you, saying, Who is the Lord? Or I may become poor and steal, profaning the name of my God. Do not slander a servant to his master, or he will curse you, and you will bear the guilt. There is a generation of those who curse their fathers and do not bless their mothers. There is a generation of those who are pure in their own eyes, and yet unwashed of their filth. There is a generation, how haughty are their eyes, and pretentious are their glances. There is a generation whose teeth are swords, and whose jaws are knives, devouring the oppressed from the earth, and the needy from among men. The leech has 2 daughters. Give and give. There are 3 things that are never satisfied, 4 that never say enough. Sheol, the barren womb, land never satisfied with water, and fire that never says enough. As for the eye that mocks a father and scorns obedience to a mother, may the ravens of the valley pluck it out, and young vultures devour it. There are 3 things too wonderful for me, 4 that I cannot understand. The way of an eagle in the sky, the way of a snake on a rock, the way of a ship at sea, and the way of a man with a maiden. This is the way of an adulteress. She eats and wipes her mouth and says, I have done nothing wrong. Under 3 things the earth trembles. Under 4 it cannot bear up. A servant who becomes king, a fool who is filled with food, an unloved woman who marries, and a maidservant who supplants her mistress. 4 things on earth are small, yet they are exceedingly wise. The ants are creatures of little strength, yet they store up their food in the summer. The rock badgers are creatures of little power, yet they make their homes in the rocks. The locusts have no king, yet they all advance in formation. And the lizard can be caught in one's hands, yet it is found in the palaces of kings. There are 3 things that are stately in their stride, and 4 that are impressive in their walk. A lion, mighty among beasts, refusing to retreat before anything. A strutting rooster, a he-goat, and a king with his army around him. If you have foolishly exalted yourself, or if you have plotted evil, put your hand over your mouth. For as the churning of milk yields butter, and the twisting of the nose draws blood, so the stirring of anger brings forth strife. These are the words of King Lemuel, the burden that his mother taught him. What shall I say, O my son? What, O son of my womb? What, O son of my vows? Do not spend your strength on women, or your vigor on those who ruin kings. It is not for kings, O Lemuel, it is not for kings to drink wine, or for rulers to crave strong drink, lest they drink and forget what is decreed, depriving all the oppressed of justice. Give strong drink to one who is perishing, and wine to the bitter in soul. Let him drink and forget his poverty, and remember his misery no more. Open your mouth for those with no voice, for the cause of all the dispossessed. Open your mouth, judge righteously, and defend the cause of the poor and needy. A wife of noble character who can find? She is far more precious than rubies. The heart of her husband trusts in her, and he lacks nothing of value. She brings him good and not harm all the days of her life. She selects wool and flax and works with eager hands. She is like the merchant ships, bringing her food from afar. She rises while it is still night to provide food for her household and portions for her maidservants. She appraises a field and buys it. From her earnings she plants a vineyard. She girds herself with strength and shows that her arms are strong. She sees that her gain is good, and her lamp is not extinguished at night. She stretches out her hands to the distaff and grasps the spindle with her fingers. She opens her arms to the poor and reaches out her hands to the needy. When it snows, she has no fear for her household, for they are all clothed in scarlet. She makes coverings for her bed. Her clothing is fine linen and purple. Her husband is known at the city gate, where he sits among the elders of the land. She makes linen garments and sells them. She delivers sashes to the merchants. Strength and honor are her clothing, and she can laugh at the days to come. She opens her mouth with wisdom, and faithful instruction is on her tongue. She watches over the affairs of her household, and does not eat the bread of idleness. Her children rise up and call her blessed. Her husband praises her as well. Many daughters have done noble things, but you surpass them all. Charm is deceptive, and beauty is fleeting, but a woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Give her the fruit of her hands, and let her works praise her at the gates. These are the words of the teacher, the son of David, king in Jerusalem. Futility of futilities, says the teacher. Futility of futilities. Everything is futile. What does a man gain from all his labor at which he toils under the sun? Generations come and generations go, but the earth remains forever. The sun rises and the sun sets. It hurries back to where it rises. The wind blows southward, then turns northward. Round and round it swirls, ever returning on its course. All the rivers flow into the sea, yet the sea is never full. To the place from which the streams come, there again they flow.
Exit right.
All things are wearisome, more than one can describe. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear content with hearing. What has been will be again, and what has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Is there a case where one can say, "Look, this is new"? It has already existed in the ages before us. There is no remembrance of those who came before, and those yet to come will not be remembered by those who follow after. I, the teacher, was king over Israel in Jerusalem,
Turn right.
and I set my mind to seek and explore by wisdom all that is done under heaven. What a heavy burden God has laid upon the sons of men to occupy them. I have seen all the things that are done under the sun, and have found them all to be futile, a pursuit of the wind. What is crooked cannot be straightened, and what is lacking cannot be counted. I said to myself, Behold, I have grown and increased in wisdom beyond all those before me who were over Jerusalem,
Get ready to
and
turn
my
left.
mind has observed a wealth of wisdom and knowledge. So I set my mind to know wisdom and madness and folly. I learned that this too is a pursuit of the wind. For with much wisdom comes much sorrow, and as knowledge grows, grief increases. I said to myself, Come now, I will test you with pleasure. Enjoy what is good. But it proved to be futile. I said of laughter, It is folly, and of pleasure, what does it accomplish? I sought to cheer my body with wine and to embrace folly, my mind still guiding me with wisdom, until I could see what was worthwhile for men to do under heaven during the few days of their lives. I expanded my pursuits. I built houses and planted vineyards for myself. I made gardens and parks for myself, where I planted all kinds of fruit trees. I built reservoirs to water my groves of flourishing trees. I acquired men servants and maidservants, and servants were born in my house. I also owned more herds and flocks than anyone in Jerusalem before me, and I accumulated for myself silver and gold, and the treasure of kings and provinces. I gathered to myself male and female singers, and the delights of the sons of men, many concubines. So I became great, and surpassed all in Jerusalem who had preceded me, and my wisdom remained with me. Anything my eyes desired, I did not deny myself. I refused my heart no pleasure. For my heart took delight in all my work, and this was the reward for all my labor. Yet when I considered all the works that my hands had accomplished, and what I had toiled to achieve, I found everything to be futile, a pursuit of the wind. There was nothing to be gained under the sun. Then I turned to consider wisdom and madness and folly. For what more can the king's successor do than what has already been accomplished? And I saw that wisdom exceeds folly, just as light exceeds darkness. The wise man has eyes in his head, but the fool walks in darkness. Yet I also came to realize that one fate overcomes them both. So I said to myself, the fate of the fool will also befall me. What then have I gained by being wise? And I said to myself that this too is futile. For there is no lasting remembrance of the wise, just as with the fool, seeing that both will be forgotten in the days to come. Alas, the wise man will die just like the fool. So I hated life, because the work that is done under the sun was grievous to me. For everything is futile and a pursuit of the wind. I hated all for which I had toiled under the sun, because I must leave it to the man who comes after me. And who knows whether that man will be wise or foolish? Yet he will take over all the labor at which I have worked skillfully under the sun. This too is futile. So my heart began to despair over all the labor that I had done under the sun. When there is a man who has labored with wisdom, knowledge, and skill, and he must give his portion to a man who has not worked for it, this too is futile and a great evil. For what does a man get for all the toil and striving with which he labors under the sun? Indeed, all his days are filled with grief, and his task is sorrowful. Even at night his mind does not rest. This too is futile. Nothing is better for a man than to eat and drink and enjoy his work. I have also seen that this is from the hand of God. For apart from him, who can eat and who can find enjoyment? To the man who is pleasing in his sight, he gives wisdom and knowledge and joy. But to the sinner, he assigns the task of gathering and accumulating that which he will hand over to one who pleases God. This too is futile and a pursuit of the wind. To everything there is a season, and a time for every purpose under heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to uproot. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to break down, and a time to build. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. A time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to search, and a time to count as lost. A time to keep, and a time to discard. A time to tear, and a time to mend. A time to be silent, and a time to speak. A time to love, and a time to hate. A time for war, and a time for peace. What does the worker gain from his toil? I have seen the burden that God has laid upon the sons of men to occupy them. He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the hearts of men, yet they cannot fathom the work that God has done from beginning to end. I know that there is nothing better for them than to rejoice and do good while they live, and also that every man should eat and drink and find satisfaction in all his labor. This is the gift of God. I know that everything God does endures forever. Nothing can be added to it or taken from it. God does it so that they should fear him. What exists has already been, and what will be has already been. For God will call to account what has passed. Furthermore, I saw under the sun that in the place of judgment there is wickedness, and in the place of righteousness there is wickedness. I said in my heart, God will judge the righteous and the wicked, since there is a time for every activity and every deed. I said to myself, as for the sons of men, God tests them so that they may see for themselves that they are but beasts. For the fates of both men and beasts are the same. As one dies, so dies the other. They all have the same breath. Man has no advantage over the animals, since everything is futile. All go to one place. All come from dust, and all return to dust. Who knows if the spirit of man rises upward, and the spirit of the animal descends into the earth? I have seen that there is nothing better for a man than to enjoy his work, because that is his lot. For who can bring him to see what will come after him? Again I looked, and I considered all the oppression taking place under the sun. I saw the tears of the oppressed, and they had no comforter. The power lay in the hands of their oppressors, and there was no comforter. So I admired the dead who had already died above the living, who are still alive. But better than both is he who has not yet existed, who has not seen the evil that is done under the sun. I saw that all labor and success spring from a man's envy of his neighbor. This too is futile and a pursuit of the wind. The fool folds his hands and consumes his own flesh. Better one handful with tranquility than two handfuls with toil and pursuit of the wind. Again I saw futility under the sun. There is a man all alone without even a son or brother, and though there is no end to his labor, his eyes are still not content with his wealth. For whom do I toil and bereave my soul of enjoyment? This too is futile, a miserable task. Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor. For if one falls down, his companion can lift him up. But pity the one who falls without another to help him up. Again, if two lie down together, they will keep warm. But how can one keep warm alone? And though one may be overpowered, two can resist. Moreover, a cord of 3 strands is not quickly broken. Better is a poor but wise youth than an old but foolish king, who no longer knows how to take a warning. For the youth has come from the prison to the kingship, though he was born poor in his own kingdom. I saw that all who lived and walked under the sun followed this second one, the youth who succeeded the king. There is no limit to all the people who were before them, yet the successor will not be celebrated by those who come even later. This too is futile and a pursuit of the wind. Guard your steps when you go to the house of God. Draw near to listen, rather than to offer the sacrifice of fools, who do not know that they do wrong. Do not be quick to speak, and do not be hasty in your heart to utter a word before God. After all, God is in heaven, and you are on earth, so let your words be few. As a dream comes through many cares, so the speech of a fool comes with many words. When you make a vow to God, do not delay in fulfilling it, because he takes no pleasure in fools. Fulfill your vow. It is better not to vow than to make a vow and not fulfill it. Do not let your mouth cause your flesh to sin, and do not tell the messenger that your vow was a mistake. Why should God be angry with your words and destroy the work of your hands? For as many dreams bring futility, so do many words. Therefore, fear God. If you see the oppression of the poor and the denial of justice and righteousness in the province, do not be astonished at the matter. For one official is watched by a superior, and others higher still are over them. The produce of the earth is taken by all. The king himself profits from the fields. He who loves money is never satisfied by money, and he who loves wealth is never satisfied by income. This too is futile. When good things increase, so do those who consume them. What then is the profit to the owner, except to behold them with his eyes? The sleep of the worker is sweet, whether he eats little or much, but the abundance of the rich man permits him no sleep. There is a grievous evil I have seen under the sun, wealth hoarded to the harm of its owner, or wealth lost in a failed venture. So when that man has a son, there is nothing to pass on. As a man came from his mother's womb, so he will depart again, naked as he arrived. He takes nothing for his labor to carry in his hands. This too is a grievous evil. Exactly as a man is born, so he will depart. what does he gain as he toils for the wind? Moreover, all his days he eats in darkness, with much sorrow, sickness, and anger.
Keep right.
Here is what I have seen to be good and fitting, to eat and drink, and to find satisfaction in all the labor one does under the sun during the few days of life that God has given him, for this is his lot. Furthermore, God has given riches and wealth to every man, and he has enabled him to enjoy them, to accept his lot, and to rejoice in his labor. This is a gift from God,
Keep left.
for a man seldom considers the days of his life, because God keeps him occupied with the joy of his heart. There is another evil I have seen under the sun, and it weighs heavily upon mankind. God gives a man riches, wealth, and honor, so that he lacks nothing his heart desires. But God does not allow him to enjoy them. Instead, a stranger will enjoy them. This is futile and a grievous affliction. A man may father 100 children and live for many years. Yet no matter how long he lives, if he is unsatisfied with his prosperity and does not even receive a proper burial, I say that a stillborn child is better off than he. For a stillborn child enters in futility and departs in darkness, and his name is shrouded in obscurity. The child, though neither seeing the sun nor knowing anything, has more rest than that man, even if he lives 1,000 years twice over, but fails to enjoy his prosperity. Do not all go to the same place? All a man's labor is for his mouth, yet his appetite is never satisfied. What advantage, then, has the wise man over the
Then
fool?
turn right.
What gain comes to the poor man who knows how to conduct himself before others?
Turn right.
Better what the eye can see than the wandering of desire. This too is futile and a pursuit of the wind. Whatever exists was named long ago, and what happens to a man is foreknown. But he cannot contend with one stronger than he. For the more words, the more futility. And how does that profit anyone? For who knows what is good for a man during the few days in which he passes through his fleeting life like a shadow? Who can tell a man what will come after him under the sun? A good name is better than fine perfume, and one's day of death is better than his day of birth. It is better to enter a house of mourning than a house of feasting, since death is the end of every man, and the living should take this to heart. Sorrow is better than laughter, for a sad countenance is good for the heart.
Keep right.
The heart of the wise is in the house of mourning, but the heart of fools is in the house of pleasure.
Exit
It is
right.
better to heed a wise man's rebuke than to listen to the song of fools.
I'll find it.
For like the crackling of thorns under the pot, so is the laughter of the fool. This too is futile. Surely extortion turns a wise man into a fool, and a bribe corrupts the heart. The end of a matter is better than the beginning, and a patient spirit is better than a proud one. Do not be quickly provoked in your spirit, for anger settles in the lap of a fool. Do not say, "Why were the old days better than these?" For it is unwise of you to ask about this. Wisdom, like an inheritance, is good, and it benefits those who see the sun. For wisdom, like money, is a shelter, and the advantage of knowledge is that wisdom preserves the life of its owner. Consider the work of God. Who can straighten what he has bent? In the day of prosperity, be joyful, but in the day of adversity, consider this. God has made one of these along with the other, so that a man cannot discover anything that will come after him. In my futile life, I have seen both of these, a righteous man perishing in his righteousness, and a wicked man living long in his wickedness. Do not be overly righteous, and do not make yourself too wise. Why should you destroy yourself? Do not be excessively wicked, and do not be a fool. Why should you die before your time? It is good to grasp the one and not let the other slip from your hand. For he who fears God will follow both warnings. Wisdom makes the wise man stronger than 10 rulers in a city. Surely there is no righteous man on earth who does good and never sins. Do not pay attention to every word that is spoken, or you may hear your servant cursing you. For you know in your heart that many times you yourself have cursed others. All this I tested by wisdom, saying, I resolved to be wise, but it was beyond me. What exists is out of reach and very deep. Who can fathom it? I directed my mind to understand, to explore, to search out wisdom and explanations, and to understand the stupidity of wickedness and the folly of madness. And I find more bitter than death the woman who is a snare, whose heart is a net, and whose hands are chains. The man who pleases God escapes her, but the sinner is ensnared. Behold, says the teacher, I have discovered this by adding one thing to another to find an explanation. While my soul was still searching but not finding, among 1,000 I have found one upright man. But among all these I have not found one such woman. Only this have I found. I have discovered that God made men upright, but they have sought out many schemes. Who is like the wise man? Who knows the interpretation of a matter? A man's wisdom brightens his face, and the sternness of his face is changed. Keep the king's command, I say, because of your oath before God. Do not hasten to leave his presence, and do not persist in a bad cause, for he will do whatever he pleases. For the king's word is supreme, and who can say to him, What are you doing? Whoever keeps his command will come to no harm, and a wise heart knows the right time and procedure. For there is a right time and procedure to every purpose, though a man's misery weighs heavily upon him. Since no one knows what will happen, who can tell him what is to come? As no man has power over the wind to contain it, so no one has authority over his day of death. As no one can be discharged in wartime, so wickedness will not release those who practice it.
Right.
All this I have seen, applying my mind to every deed that is done under the sun. There is a time when one man lords it over another to his own detriment. Then too I saw the burial of the wicked who used to go in and out of the holy place, and they were praised in the city where they had done so. This too is futile. When the sentence for a crime is not speedily executed, the hearts of men become fully set on doing evil. Although a sinner does evil 100 times and still lives long, yet I also know that it will go well with those who fear God, who are reverent in his presence. Yet because the wicked do not fear God, it will not go well with them, and their days will not lengthen like a shadow.
Then turn right.
There is a futility that is done on the earth. There are righteous men who get what the actions of the wicked deserve, and there are wicked men who get what the actions of the righteous deserve.
And then
I
continue
say
straight on.
that this too is futile. So I commended the enjoyment of life, because there is nothing better for a man under the sun than to eat and drink and be merry. For this joy will accompany him in his labor during the days of his life that God gives him under the sun. When I applied my mind to know wisdom and to observe the task that one performs on the earth, though his eyes do not see sleep in the day or even in the night, I saw every work of God, and that a man is unable to comprehend the work that is done under the sun. Despite his efforts to search it out, he cannot find its meaning. Even if the wise man claims to know, he is unable to comprehend. So I took all this to heart and concluded that the righteous and the wise, as well as their deeds, are in God's hands. Man does not know what lies ahead, whether love or hate. It is the same for all. There is a common fate for the righteous and the wicked, for the good and the bad, for the clean and the unclean, for the one who sacrifices and the one who does not. As it is for the good, so it is for the sinner. As it is for the one who makes a vow, so it is for the one who refuses to take a vow. This is an evil in everything that is done under the sun. There is one fate for everyone. Furthermore, the hearts of men are full of evil and madness while they are alive, and afterward they join the dead. There is hope, however, for anyone who is among the living, for even a live dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know that they will die, but the dead know nothing. They have no further reward, because the memory of them is forgotten. Their love, their hate, and their envy have already vanished, and they will never again have a share in all that is done under the sun. Go, eat your bread with joy, and drink your wine with a cheerful heart, for God has already approved your works. Let your garments always be white, and never spare the oil for your head. Enjoy life with your beloved wife, all the days of the fleeting life that God has given you under the sun, all your fleeting days. For this is your portion in life, and in your labor under the sun. Whatever you find to do with your hands, do it with all your might. For in Sheol, where you are going, there is no work or planning or knowledge or wisdom. I saw something else under the sun. The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. Neither is the bread to the wise, nor the wealth to the intelligent, nor the favor to the skillful. For time and chance happen to all. For surely no man knows his time. Like fish caught in a cruel net, or birds trapped in a snare, so men are ensnared in an evil time that suddenly falls upon them. I have also seen this wisdom under the sun, and it was great to me. There was a small city with few men. A mighty king came against it, surrounded it, and
Adds
built
inbound
large
costs.
siege ramps against it. Now a poor wise man was found in the city, and he saved the city by his wisdom. Yet no one remembered that poor man. And I said, wisdom is better than strength, but the wisdom of the poor man is despised, and his words are not heeded. The calm words of the wise are heeded over the shouts of a ruler among fools. Wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner destroys much good. As dead flies bring a stench to the perfumer's oil, so a little folly outweighs wisdom and honor. A wise man's heart inclines to the right, but the heart of a fool to the left. Even as the fool walks along the road, his sense is lacking, and he shows everyone that he is a fool. If the ruler's temper flares against you, do not abandon your post. for calmness lays great offenses to rest. There is an evil I have seen under the sun, an error that proceeds from the ruler. Folly is appointed to great heights, but the rich sit in lowly positions. I have seen slaves on horseback, while princes go on foot like slaves. He who digs a pit may fall into it, and he who breaches a wall may be bitten by a snake. The one who quarries stones may be injured by them, and he who splits logs endangers himself. If the axe is dull and the blade unsharpened, more strength must be exerted, but skill produces success. If the snake bites before it is charmed, there is no profit for the charmer. The words of a wise man's mouth are gracious, but the lips of a fool consume him. The beginning of his talk is folly, and the end of his speech is evil madness. Yet the fool multiplies words. No one knows what is coming, and who can tell him what will come after him? The toil of a fool wearies him, for he does not know the way to the city. Woe to you, O land whose king is a youth, and whose princes feast in the morning. Blessed are you, O land, whose king is a son of nobles, and whose princes feast at the proper time, for strength and not for drunkenness. Through laziness the roof caves in, and in the hands of the idle the house leaks. A feast is prepared for laughter, and wine makes life merry, but money is the answer for everything. Do not curse the king even in your thoughts, or curse the rich even in your bedroom. For a bird of the air may carry your words, and a winged creature may report your speech. Cast your bread upon the waters, for after many days you will find it again. Divide your portion among 7 or even 8, for you do not know what disaster may befall the land. If the clouds are full, they will pour out rain upon the earth. Whether a tree falls to the south or to the north, in the place where it falls, there it will lie. He who watches the wind will fail to sow, and he who observes the clouds will fail to reap. As you do not know the path of the wind, or how the bones are formed in a mother's womb, so you cannot understand the work of God, the Maker of all things. Sow your seed in the morning, and do not rest your hands in the evening, for you do not know which will succeed, whether this or that, or if both will equally prosper. Light is sweet, and it pleases the eyes to see the sun. So if a man lives many years, let him rejoice in them all. But let him remember the days of darkness, for they will be many. Everything to come is futile. Rejoice, O young man, while you are young, and let your heart be glad in the days of your youth. Walk in the ways of your heart and in the sight of your eyes. But know that for all these things God will bring you to judgment. So banish sorrow from your heart and cast off pain from your body, for youth and vigor are fleeting. Remember your Creator in the days of your youth, before the days of adversity come and the years approach of which you will say, I find no pleasure in them. Before the light of the sun, moon, and stars is darkened, and the clouds return after the rain. On the day the keepers of the house tremble, and the strong men stoop. When those grinding cease, because they are few, and those watching through windows see dimly. When the doors to the street are shut, and the sound of the mill fades away.
Category, EA
when
Sports
one rises
WRC.
at the sound of a bird, and all the daughters of song grow faint. When men fear the heights and dangers of the road, when the almond tree blossoms, the grasshopper loses its spring, and the caperberry shrivels. For then man goes to his eternal home, and mourners walk the streets. Remember him before the silver cord is snapped, and the golden bowl is crushed, before the pitcher is shattered at the spring, and the wheel is broken at the well, before the dust returns to the ground from which it came, and the spirit returns to God who gave it. Futility of futilities, says the teacher. Everything is futile. Not only was the teacher wise, but he also taught the people knowledge. He pondered, searched out, and arranged many proverbs. The teacher searched to find delightful sayings and to record accurate words of truth. The words of the wise are like goads, and the anthologies of the masters are like firmly embedded nails driven by a single shepherd. And by these, my son, be further warned. There is no end to the making of many books, and much study wearies the body. When all has been heard, the conclusion of the matter is this: fear God and keep his commandments, because this is the whole duty of man. For God will bring every deed into judgment, along with every hidden thing, whether good or evil. This is Solomon's Song of Songs. The bride. Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for your love is more delightful than wine. The fragrance of your perfume is pleasing. Your name is like perfume poured out. No wonder the maidens adore you. Take me away with you. Let us hurry. May the king bring me to his chambers. The friends. We will rejoice and delight in you. We will praise your love more than wine. The bride. It is only right that they adore you. I am dark yet lovely, O daughters of Jerusalem, like the tents of Kedar, like the curtains of Solomon. Do not stare because I am dark, for the sun has gazed upon me. My mother's sons were angry with me. They made me a keeper of the vineyards, but my own vineyard I have neglected. Tell me, O one I love, where do you pasture your sheep? Where do you rest them at midday? Why should I be like a veiled woman beside the flocks of your companions? The friends. If you do not know, O fairest of women, follow the tracks of the flock, and graze your young goats near the tents of the shepherds. The bridegroom. I compare you, my darling, to a mare among Pharaoh's chariots. Your cheeks are beautiful with ornaments, your neck with strings of jewels. The friends. We will make you ornaments of gold, studded with beads of silver. The bride. While the king was at his table, my perfume spread its fragrance. My beloved is to me a sachet of myrrh resting between my breasts. My beloved is to me a cluster of henna blossoms in the vineyards of En-gedi. The bridegroom. How beautiful you are, my darling. Oh, how very beautiful. Your eyes are like doves. The bride. How handsome you are, my beloved. Oh, how delightful. The soft grass is our bed. The bridegroom. The beams of our house are cedars. Our rafters are fragrant firs. I am a rose of Sharon, a lily of the valley. The bridegroom. Like a lily among the thorns is my darling among the maidens. The bride. Like an apple tree among the trees of the forest is my beloved among the young men. I delight to sit in his shade, and his fruit is sweet to my taste. He has brought me to the house of wine, and his banner over me is love. Sustain me with raisins, refresh me with apples, for I am faint with love. His left hand is under my head, and his right arm embraces me. O daughters of Jerusalem, I adjure you by the gazelles and does of the field, do not arouse or awaken love until the time is right. Listen, my beloved approaches. Look, here he comes, leaping across the mountains, bounding over the hills. My beloved is like a gazelle or a young stag. Look, he stands behind our wall, gazing through the windows, peering through the lattice. My beloved calls to me, arise, my darling, come away with me, my beautiful one. For now the winter is past, the rain is over and gone. The flowers have appeared in the countryside. The season of singing has come, and the cooing of turtle doves is heard in our land. The fig tree ripens its figs. The blossoming vines spread their fragrance. Arise,